penalty.
On a third leg, Jamie Owens.
In this department, 2 out of 3. Ain't bad, as Meatloaf said, 3 out of 4. If Large can bed the ball. Oh, what a shot that is.
And the bullseye. Oh, and he hits it too.
Leg, Ashley Coleman.
It's the bullseye. Double 12. Oh, what a shot.
Fourth leg, Bradley Coleman. On a third leg, Timothy.
Well, that was
Brewer.
almost a switch to the double 12. Hi there, welcome to the Modus Super Series for the start of Group C this week after Colin Osborne was crowned King of Group A in dramatic fashion over the last 3 days. A really good Group A, and I think we've got a really open Group C this afternoon. The first, of course, of a double session of darts, and joining me to cast her eye over both of them is Laura Turner. Laura, welcome. Happy birthday for yesterday, first of all. Look, who is going to be celebrating in this group this week?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's really open. I think, Ashley Coleman, he's done well here before. He was unlucky not to cross the line and get a few more points under his belt. So if he continues at that level, I can see him getting through. But we know it's tough in Group C because there's only 2 of them that can come through it.
And it wasn't just you celebrating yesterday. Colin Osborne obviously celebrating. Very experienced on this stage. It's no surprise to see him getting through, but played some really good stuff.
Yeah, he was really consistent throughout. Some really good moments like the 1-3-2 that we're seeing now. And I found it all quite exciting as well, though, because it's great when it comes down to that last match. And it was really tight between him and Larson. But as you say, it just showed that quality that we're so used to seeing from Colin.
Yeah, you mentioned quality. I mentioned experience as well. And both of those things sort of came into play that last game. But we did see from both players a little bit of nervousness as well. All darts players are human at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And you can understand why, because both of them knew what was on the line. They wanted that couple of days off. They didn't want to run the risk of not qualifying through. And as you say, a few missed match opportunities for both players, but the experience of Colin saw him through in the end.
Yeah, great. He's looking over the shoulder of Larson there. He mentioned that in his little chat at the end of the day. He didn't think that was in, saw him miss the double, finally got the double himself, and that means that he is through to finals, not having won Group A. And here is how things line up for the rest of the week. Rob Collins, Joe Mernon and Victor Tingstrom coming into Group B, along with second place Daniel Larson and third place Tom Sykes. But the focus this afternoon is on Group C. The incoming players, Callum Francis, Charlie Large and Jamie Owens, joining Timothy the Brewer, Bradley Coleman and Ashley Coleman. And we'll start with him because he has won Group A before, but didn't have the campaign that we might have come to expect from him. He'll be relieved to start from zero again like everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to do, isn't it? You've got to draw a line under it. As I mentioned before, he played very well. He had moments where he was very good, but just didn't get any wins, didn't get the points. And they're the key to getting through these groups. But I imagine that Ashley, he's going to see this as an opportunity and want to make it through to Saturday.
And someone else who definitely want to make it through to Saturday by virtue of geography is Charlie Large. Lives in Portsmouth. He's been to a final before on the Super Series stage. He would love to do it again, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that we've seen kind of progress and get better and better here at the Super Series. And as you say, brings a big crowd with him. He's a local lad. So, yeah, it's for him, it's quite important to get through to Saturday. But I'm sure it is for all of them.
Well, let's see the chances. How do the bookies think he will fare in this group? He's actually about in the middle there, 17-2. Interestingly, though, Jamie Owens, 2-1 favourite to win the group. He was unknown when he last came here, semi-pro footballer to a really good standard. He was 66-1 to win Group A, and he went on to do it. They definitely don't want to get their fingers burnt again.
No, they've definitely learned their lesson with those. And funny enough, someone like Callum Francis down there at 9-1. I know we haven't seen him here for a couple of years, but has recently picked up a big title on the WDF scene and lost in a final on that same weekend. So we know he's got that quality and that calibre as well. So it could be a bit of value in Callum there.
Well, you've done this before because it's time to hear from Callum Francis. He's in action in the opening match against Bradley Coleman, and I spoke to him earlier this morning. Callum, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's been a little while. How pleased are you to be back here at the Live Lounge?
Oh, I'm very happy. I'd say it's been, like you say, quite a long time, and I've just tried to keep my head down and earn my spot back and keep working hard and see where we got to.
Yes, you've done some decent stuff since the last time you were here, particularly that national singles title that you won. How proud were you of that achievement?
Yeah, I was very happy with how I played that weekend. Unfortunately for me, Duffy decided he wanted to play extremely well and duffed me in the other one. But good weekend overall.
Where is the game at the moment coming into this?
Inconsistent is the way I'd sort of see it. If I play my game, I'm fine. But I can't control anyone else's, so it's up to me.
Obviously, Group A's finished. I've been speaking to Trina Gulliver, who's been with us this week, and we felt that this Group C in particular is really wide open. Is that the impression that you're getting as well?
Yeah, everyone's got a chance. I say it depends on who turns up and plays their game, because we've all got it in the locker. It's just who's going to perform on the day.
And you don't live too far away from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, so how important would it be for you to get through to Saturday and get a chance for your friends and family to come along and watch?
It would be a great achievement, and there's a lot of very excited people, but it all depends on what I do over the next 2 days.
We wish you the best as you start today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And that start is about to get underway as Callum Francis returns for the first time in the best part of a couple of years to the Live Lounge stage. Things have changed here. He's been walking around this morning going, no, that's different, that's different, that's different. And hoping for a different kind of day is his opponent, Bradley Coleman, who ultimately ended up at the foot of the field in Group A earlier in the week, and a lot of that down to the darts he was dragging into the one segment. We're going to keep an eye on that. He's probably sick of us talking about it, but we'll see first if the 30-year-old from Headley can make some progress on his second appearance and get the better of the 27-year-old from Leicester on what is his debut appearance here in Portsmouth. The important thing, we just discussed it in reference to Ashley Coleman, is that after 3 difficult days, Thursday provides us a second opportunity, doesn't it? Everybody starts on 0 and everybody's got the same chance, 3 darts in the hand. But Laura, you're the one with the unenviable task of predicting who might get through this seemingly wide open group.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it is very, very wide open, as you mentioned, but I just think maybe the calibre of Ashley Coleman, we've seen very good stuff from him. You know, I don't expect him to kind of keep getting pipped at the post, especially in this Group C. I think he's one of the ones that I would say goes through, but who joins him? That is a difficult question.
Yeah, the bookies, as we just saw, went for Jamie Owens, determined
59.
not to get their fingers burnt again. He takes on Timothy the Brewer, who showed signs in Group A. And Charlie Large, of course, with that extra motivation of being in 58. His hometown. All bodes for a very interesting couple of days in this group.
Yeah, also as Callum mentioned, he's not that far away from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, just about half an hour up the road. So I imagine he's got a few people at home watching, hoping he gets through so they can come and join us on Saturday as well.
Early signs here. Bradley Coleman,
62.
we've been watching this week, has been plagued by dragging his darts to the right into the 1 segment. Haven't seen that yet in this match, but we did see him go twice into the 3 segment when going for the treble 19 in the previous visit. It's the same miss, really, just in a different part 59. Of the board.
Yeah, when you keep doing something and it's repetitive and it's wrong, especially as a player, if it doesn't
45.
feel wrong, if you feel like you're throwing everything right, it's very hard to correct because you can't work out where it's going wrong other than where the dart actually lands.
$57.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome, that's the definition of insanity, isn't it? Hence why I have to go to meetings 3 times a week and start by saying, my name's Chris.
81.
There is that problem dart for Bradley Coleman.
81.
Paul Hinks making sure he gets it right. Welcome back to the very experienced official. Always great to see him at the Modus Super Series, having officiated recently at the seniors.
$46. Colman 44.
Yeah, good ball management there from Coleman, just making sure he's on a finish. But will he get a chance to come back? Because Francis needs 32. Pins it.
Callum Francis.
1-0, Callum Francis.
Yeah, 44 out. Nicely done.
Second leg on for first.
Just,
game on.
I think having watched the body language of Bradley this week, the big key to him will be not to get too disheartened too quickly. Doesn't want to start playing. Well, he's going to be in contention in this group until at least the end of today. If he loses all his matches today,
43.
then yeah, you can forget about it. But if he wins a game or two, he's going to still have a chance tomorrow. He doesn't want to be playing with the weight of the world on his shoulders after losing one match, or even in this case, one leg. He just seems to
140.
sort of deflate a little bit.
Yeah, he's just not happy at the lie. But good adjustment there for Coleman. But as you say,
96.
I think when something's gone wrong, and for a more experienced player, say like Ashley Coleman, they know that this is the opportunity to draw a line under what's happened previously,
30.
and then you come back, you're all on the same points, you've all got the same kind of opportunity. Obviously for Coleman, it may just be that bit more difficult. He's waiting for it to go into the one. When you have this
60.
kind of feeling that things just aren't going your way, you almost need that kind of blistering first match, you know. So, and then, as you say, it just gives you that edge, that bit
100.
of confidence that you can carry forward. But when it starts going wrong so early, it's very hard to shake off.
$96.
Well, that's decent darting from Coleman. He'll be hoping that Francis doesn't leave a finish here, and he'll be on course
55.
to level up. First time we've seen you here, Laura, since the World Grand Prix. Thoughts on that?
64.
Mike Decker winning the tournament? That was out of a clear blue sky, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had a kind of podcast prior to it, and I did say that you could make an argument for pretty much anyone at the moment to pick up that trophy. But to be fair, in the pecking order, you know, I wouldn't have put Mike Decker right at the top, but you can't argue with how he played. He was just sensational throughout.
Yeah, particularly in that final. Gave Humphreys an
58.
uphill task.
Colin Car 51.
He almost climbed that hill, to be fair. Now then, Francis looking to give Colman an uphill
He's
task
on the
here, and
second
he's
leg.
done that
Colin
with a breaker
Francis.
throw at the first available opportunity. 2-0.
Second leg calendar through first. Game on.
Coleman just contemplating things at the back of the stage.
41.
Yeah, I think prior to the start of the Grand Prix, I predicted
60.
Luke Little Gary Anderson final. That didn't bode so well.
Predicting something unpredictable is a very tough task, isn't it? I'll let you off there. I think I keep saying that Gary Anderson will be world champion come January once again. So I'm going to stick with that one and just not get involved in any of the other tournaments.
You have to say that of all the ones to try and predict, the Grand Prix has got to be one of the
41.
most difficult just because of the double start element.
Yeah, we only saw one player, I think, forget to go for a double in that tournament as well. We've seen a couple of players forget to do that here as well.
97.
We have our own double trouble tournament, and quite remarkably, much to our amusement, one of them was one of our commentary colleagues in Scott Mitchell. He's still claiming that he
99.
pulled it.
Yeah, we know the truth.
Perfect first start this time, but again, second one pulled into the
121.
one. He's okay. He can recover here. This is for an immediate break back for Bradley Colman.
100. Bradley Car 83.
So treble 17 will be the first port of call. That's fantastically located for double
James
16,
from
and
the
he has
third
been
leg,
good on the
Bradley
finishers
Colman.
this week. Have to give him credit for that. That's another clean
Fourth
kill.
leg Bradley to through
He breaks
first.
back,
Game
halves
on.
the deficit, and he's in the game.
Yep, first shot for Coleman at the outer ring. 1 from 1. Cleanly taken.
41.
As you say, this is the problem area. It's getting down to those finishes.
100. $140.
You can almost quickly see the confidence return to Colman as well, having finally got a leg in the ledger.
81.
He was beaten 4-0 in the last game of the group yesterday, and I just felt that could leave some lasting damage.
21. 85.
Yeah, quite often we say it, don't we? You kind of want to walk away, especially from from your last match, with that kind of that positivity that you can take into the next match. But he's doing well. He's fighting back.
140.
Although 140 to leave 159. Need to send him to
28.
Devon Peterson's darts maths class.
Sadly, that is probably something that I am still quite guilty of doing. I remember pretty sure when I
38.
debuted at the Women's World Match Play, did something very, very similar. As soon as you throw that last start, you know.
I think that's part of the problem. A lot of players don't think
43.
until the last
Brandon
start when
Carwell,
really need to think
121.
before the first.
Absolutely. I think in my case, sometimes just don't think at all.
And I can relate to that.
85. Callum McCarr 164.
What's Francis thinking here? He's got a couple of options. Goes for treble 20, can't find it. So an opportunity here for Coleman to level the match after a
58.
stuttering
Brandon
start.
McCarr,
He's upped his
36.
game to the same level being produced by his opponent. And he's
Game
had
shown the
no
fourth
trouble
leg,
at all on the
Coleman.
doubles.
Fifth leg Callum to throw first. Game on. $93.
So I was saying with Callum, he had that real purple patch back in June, went over to one of the WGF tournaments run by England and Devon, won one of the tournaments, beating
140.
the likes of Moreno Bloom, Dave Ladley in the final, even fellow commentator Matt Edgar along the way to pick up the title,
140.
and also lost in the final of the other tournament, lost to Neil Duff. But I think he summed it up pretty well himself. If he finds that game, he can show. He's shown what he can do. It's just the
96.
inconsistency.
$60.
Well, we're seeing a few examples of not thinking before the darts are thrown, but Bradley Coleman does do that here, starting on the 19s for the 265. If he can find one treble, he'll leave himself a finish.
39.
Problem is he finds one. I'm sure he's got friends and family that are furiously shouting at their screen saying stop
81.
talking about it, but we're literally saying what we see.
Yeah, sometimes we're in that position that's, not the most envious in terms of having to explain what's going on in front of us. But as you say,
40.
it's what's
Callum
happening.
McCarr 127.
And that visit there has cost Colman an opportunity for an outshot if Callum can't find the 127.
But he can
Game
find
shown
it.
the fifth leg. Callum Francis.
127 and game. For Callum Francis and
Sixth
the
leg Bradley to throw first.
fantastic
Game on.
finishing continues. Francis 3 out of 4, Coltman 2 from 2.
$81. $125.
He's played in little spells, hasn't he? Callum Francis in this game. Little 2 or 3 visit spells. And it's exactly what he said in his
59.
interview. It's inconsistent.
I do sometimes think, especially when you're coming
43.
into this, you've obviously got Bradley who's played 3 days prior. Callum, this is his first time up on this stage this week. And there you can see some real frustration from Colman. Pulled it into the 5. That's another element that you've got to
28.
try and kind of hold back, is that frustration.
I think the problem is, or the frustration is for Bradley that when he's not hitting the ones,
59.
usually is the ones, it was a 5 on that occasion, he is getting the tons and the 140s, so he knows if he can just eradicate that dart, then it wouldn't just put 5-10% on his game. You're talking about putting maybe another
100.
25 to 33% on his performances.
Yeah, and both players proving that when they do get down to that vital double, they haven't got any issues with that. It's just feels like a race of who
59.
can just get there first.
Yeah, he's had some decent checkouts this week. The highest being a 141. The finishing for the week has been around 33%, so that suggests that if he's got 3 darts at double, he'll hit.
$83. $100. Bradley the car, 150.
You feel Bradley here. I want to be adding the 150 checkout to that list you just mentioned.
96. Colman the car, 115.
Which way does he go? Treble 20. The finishing's been so good in this match. You expect this to hit,
95.
but he hasn't hit.
Bradley the car, 54.
And Coleman has the chance to force a decider.
This is where you make sure that first single number does so. 2 for tops. A real pause there from Coleman to make it 3 apiece. Yeah, finds the target.
Shot on the 6th leg, Bradley Coleman. 7th and final leg, Callum to throw first.
Yeah, I know it's our
Game
first
on.
match, but it feels like a really tightly contested start to Group C proceedings.
It's going to be the odd leg here and there, isn't it? Who wins these types of legs are going to determine who
83.
sneaks through from this group. I think it's even closer than the bookies had it. I think
22.
everybody is going to be in contention for quite a long time.
Yeah, one of those groups where everyone just finds a way of beating everyone as Callum Francis finds his first 180 of the match.
And what a time to do it. Huge pressure now on Bradley to respond. I'm not a
81.
lip-reading expert, but I think it was something like, there you go. And you mentioned it, almost the expectancy that that's going to happen.
60.
Yeah, I've known players that, will have that drift into a 5, and as soon as that starts happening, it's almost like, you're looking at the treble 20, but you're expecting it in the 5, and they come thick and fast, and as you say, you see the frustration.
43.
Didn't one of your good friends and colleagues have that drift named after him?
He did. He did indeed. And it wasn't him that I was thinking of when
60.
I said it, I promise.
So 118 for the match for Callum Francis, and he's going to have plenty of time to take it out as well. In fact, even more time than he would have thought. Look at that head drop from Bradley Coleman, having delivered a couple
62.
of darts into the one.
Colman
Well
car,
done there
118.
in getting the treble 20 after taking a moment. But it could be over.
Getting shown in the match,
And Callum Francis gets Bradley Coleman's number at the end of the match with the 118 checkout, added to the 127 he had earlier in the game, and that's what it was. That game was all about finishing. The numbers back that up as well. 4 out of 6 for the winner Callum Francis, 3 out of 4 for Bradley Coleman, but he just could not get down to a finish often enough because of that problem that is plaguing him all week here at the Super Series. A dart that's drifting into the 1, and he loses by 1 leg in the opening match of Group C. Coming next, we are going to see Portsmouth's very own Charlie Large go to the stage against Ashley Coleman. So game 2 of today's 15 fixtures is about to get underway, and it's a meeting between the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, against Charlie Large here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A stone's throw from the Large household as he looks to return. Oh, I thought it was a final. Apologies. Semi-finalist in Series 6 Week 1. He was beaten by Nico Bloom. I do remember that. And Ashley Coleman also made it through to a semi-final. That was in the previous series. Hasn't gone his way this week. Had a really difficult start to the week, losing all of his matches on Monday. Couldn't really recover from that. But we have seen signs of light at the end of the tunnel. Paul Hinks, the referee today, will be casting his eyes over each encounter.
First leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
If you are new to watching the Super Series, all of them best of 7 legs right through to the finals on Saturday. And Charlie Large will be hoping to return and go at least one better, because when he did make it to that
57.
semi-final, he brought, well, if you pardon the pun, a rather large entourage with him.
81.
Yeah, I'm sure fans of Charlie Large will be screaming at their screens today. But a tough one to kick off with against Ashley Coleman. As you say, they've both had
85.
that taste of finals night. They both want to get back in there.
$57. $90. $140.
He needs to think about this.
We
59.
thought about it, just couldn't quite get the execution right. And now he's got something else to think about, because Ashley Coleman has fired in the 100th 180 of this week.
$100. Asuka 43.
Yeah, real good break opportunity here for Coleman in the first leg.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Yeah, very well
Ashley
taken
Coleman.
there. 15 dart breaker throw for Ashley Coleman to take an early lead.
Second leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
So following this, Jamie Owens and Timothy Brewer will get their
100.
Group C campaigns underway. Owens also a former finals night participant after winning Group A on his debut appearance.
58.
So I know you throw me the question, but who do you see coming through this group?
85.
I do think it's wide open. I think I'm with you, actually. I think Ashley Coleman and another. I wouldn't like to predict who
100.
that other one is until I've at least seen them all play a couple of games as well, because when someone's come and played well here once before, it's not a guarantee that they're going to do it again. Obviously,
90.
the odds compilers have reacted to that performance from Jamie Owens, but I think this group is wide open. I do think Coleman will have enough, and
100.
would be just rolling a dice for whoever else were to join him if I was to guess.
Yeah, you
80.
mentioned it. I think kind of had quite high expectations a few weeks ago for Adam Paxton, who came along here, obviously won on debut, found a place in Champions Week, but actually the return was much more difficult to kind of replicate what he'd done before.
Well, Large with a 180 on the Coleman throw, so he looks to break straight back.
57. Charlie Car 63.
63 required to do so. Options on it, treble 13 probably. And now double 16.
31. Asuka 89.
Yeah, treble 20 for double 5.
No score. Charlie Car 32.
Well, not only did he miss, but he missed by such a margin that he ended up busting his score. And it may count, because if Large doesn't hit this, well, he does hit it. So in a weird way, Coleman will breathe a sigh of relief there. 'Cause he should have been back for a double at least instead.
Bravo Charlie to throw first.
He would have been back
Game
on 89. It's all square. A reminder as well that, as is tradition here at the Super
56.
Series on Thursday tonight, we will reveal the lineup for week 7 of Series 9. So do tune in from
57.
10 p.m.
Yeah, I can't believe we're coming up to week 7 already. Christmas soon.
Yeah, we'll be crowning a series champion
59.
just before Christmas, and we are very soon as well going to release our Arrows calendar for next year. So keep across our social media
60.
platforms at MSS Darts on Instagram, X, and Facebook. We're also on TikTok and every other good social media
43.
platform, and some rubbish ones as well.
Could be a bit of a merch idea, that, couldn't it? You know, we could have the Modus Christmas calendar release.
140.
Yeah, let's do it. What are you talking about, players or crew?
I don't know, we could mix it up, couldn't we?
139.
What month would you be, Laura?
I'd have to say October.
60.
Either that or December, because I do love Christmas.
Yeah, you either a pumpkin or a present.
40.
I have the shape for a pumpkin, and yeah, I could dress up as a present.
100. Charlie O'Carr 164.
Well, they'll want to be returning around Christmas for that Champions Week. We'll run through, actually, in a moment, the
104.
players that are already there.
Asuka 84.
But who's going to be taking the lead in this match?
Yeah, double 11.
Game
Yeah,
shown
very
the
well
third leg.
taken there.
Ashley
Another break of
Coleman.
throat. Coleman back in the lead at 2 legs to 1.
So
Fourth leg,
far,
Ashley to throw first.
the 5
Game on.
weeks are completed, and the Champions Week lineup is as follows. Darius Labanauskas, former winner Andreas Harrison, Andy Hamilton,
100.
Kai Gotthard, who made it on debut, and Paul Hogan back at Champions Week for the 2nd successive series. And what a thrilling climax it was
93.
to the week last week. I don't know if you caught much of it, Laura, but the Friday night was dramatic, to say the least, and the Saturday really followed suit.
93.
Yeah, I think we say it quite a lot, but I will say I thought it was great to see Devon back up there and performing and playing back to kind of some of his best ability as well.
92.
Yeah, he would have been disappointed not to have got through, but philosophical, I think the main thing was exactly what you said, playing well again, Devon Peterson.
138.
Keeps us in work in the commentary box if he does that anyway.
85. Ashley O'Carr
Although I did hear that
170.
when he was up in the commentary box, he does bring very good snacks.
46.
And he turfed Henry Deacon out, so that was a bonus for all of us.
Poor old Henry.
96. Ashley O'Carr
Right, 1-2-4 for Coleman. Not going to happen.
44. Charlie O'Carr 135.
Yeah, unlucky there. Just the wrong side of a couple of those trebles, so affords an opportunity to Charlie Large.
Almost took the opportunity. Very good
121.
attempt.
Ashley O'Carr 80.
Cool, that was close
60.
to
Charlie
say the
O'Carr
least to busting.
14.
That hasn't gone, so we could have another break here, and we
Game
do.
shown on the 4th leg. Charlie Large.
You do sometimes find games like this, don't you,
Deflect
where it's
Charlie to throw
just
first.
break after break. You just think one of these, what they've got to do now, hold their throw.
Game on. $58. $140.
Trina Gulliver was casting her expert eye over the pace of Ashley Coleman this week, and she suggested that he does
134.
up and slow down the tempo to kind of suit how he's feeling. He's really quick when he's playing well, but when things aren't going his way, he
100.
does start to just slow down that little bit. And I think he's playing today at a slightly more pedestrian pace than sometimes he does. You used to see that with Raymond van
58.
Barneveld. He would sort of start of a match, you say a big world championship 9-setter, he'd throw with a little bit of care,
100.
and then as he felt comfortable, he'd speed up as the game went on.
I do wonder if when that happens with players, it's kind of that deliberate thought process that when you're starting off,
57.
you know,
Ashley Carl,
you want to make sure, and as you
161.
say, when you find that you're a bit more comfortable, that is your natural pace. You just relax into it and forget about everything. As dart players, if you can
97.
forget about everything else going on around you, that is the best place to be.
$89. Ashley Carl, 64.
So double eight.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Ashley Coleman.
Plenty of breaker throws in this game.
Sixth leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on. $97.
That's every single leg, actually, isn't it, against the darts?
Yeah, absolutely. And every single time Charlie's managed to rally, looks like he's doing more of the same as he pins his second 180 of the match.
$100.
It's one of those games that I'd almost call very reactive. When you've got that advantage of throw, no one's really been able to make the most of it, but they've reacted very well to being broken.
96.
It doesn't happen very often, does it, for a full game of whatever the length
82.
to be just breaks a throw. It doesn't happen that often for it to just holds a throw, but breaks is a really unlikely scenario, and that could happen here.
134.
Large on course to make it 6 out of 6.
If that's the case, I think Coleman will be hoping it'll be 7 out of 7.
121. Charlie O'Carr, 91.
Yeah, well, he'd first be hoping that he gets a chance here. Choices for Charlie. Could have gone double-double after the first start, decided against it, and now Coleman will get the chance to pull the lever
75.
on room
Ashley O'Carr,
101.
101.
Yeah, not going to
61.
happen. So Charlie
Charlie
Large
O'Carr,
back for
16.
double 8 to level us up at 3 apiece. Can he come inside of those?
No
Not
score.
quite.
Ashley
So
O'Carr,
match-winning
40.
opportunity here for Coleman. Double 5.
35.
Just the wrong
Charlie
side of the
O'Carr,
wire.
16.
So more chances here for Large.
Game shot on the
So
sixth
we
leg.
get
Charlie
that
Large.
6th break. All square.
Seventh and final leg. Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Large has the advantage. Brackets, poison chalice, close brackets, of throwing first.
Yeah, it's strange. You definitely want to be in Charlie's position, having
57.
those darts, but a visit without a treble really does already open the door here for Coleman.
134.
Is this number 3? Not quite.
140.
But actually, that is the first 140 we've seen from Charlie Large. 2 180s.
60. $100.
And just like our first game between Francis and Colman, going the distance, we did say we thought this
100.
group would be tight, and so far proving to be so.
$140.
Charlie Large here finding his best darts on throw at
140. Charlie
best
O'Carr,
time.
64.
So both players on similar checkouts, but Large gets a couple of darts. Can he get the first hold of throw at the most important time of the match?
48.
Crashes
That's
into
your
the barrel.
goal,
And
67.
Coleman gets the chance to nick the win. He gets 2 at double.
Game shot
And
on the
only
match,
needs
Ashley
1, and
Coleman.
we do indeed see the entire game go against the throw as Ashley Coleman picks up the points in that one. 2 matches today, both of them going to last leg deciders, and I think that myself and Laura Turner got it pretty much spot on when we said we haven't got a clue what's going to happen in this group. It seems like it will be unpredictable, and that we might see quite a lot of games go this way. Well, coming next, Timothy Brewer is in action. He's going to take on Jamie Owens, who's quite handy as a footballer. We'll see him chucking the darts after this.
Hi, my name's Jamie Owens. I enjoy playing football and darts. I'm still currently playing now, and I'm about to take on the bullseye challenge. Well, the penalty shootout challenge. Cut that bit out, can I?
And the home team score 1-0. Jamie, time to respond.
So this is the penalty shootout challenge where Jamie Owens, a semi-pro footballer, has to try and beat a computer.
Give over.
And it's snuck in the corner. It's 2-0 to the computer. Pressure on now, Jamie.
I'm watching England. Isn't it a penalty shootout all over again?
That's the ball. One shot at goal. And it's in. 2-1.
Edging it in. That's a miss.
There we go. Chance to get level now for Jamie Owens. And it's in 2-2 after 3. And they've tucked it away nicely. 3-2, the computer leads.
That's the score. Does not score.
And he's hit the post. There we go. Over the bar. Chance to get level once again.
Pressure penalty. But pressure is
It's
for
in.
tyres.
3 each. Off the rebound, technically.
That
But we'll
was-
give you it anyway. Then the rules of the game. 2 to go.
Pressure is for tyres.
Slow down.
Oh, that one hurts. That sneaks in the corner.
Don't know whether that was Alan Shearer or Paul Nicholson, to be perfectly honest with you. However, needs to be perfect here.
And he's hit the post.
He shoots and he misses.
Owens trails 4-3 with 1 penalty remaining. He needs the computer to miss.
But he's going to get a
Gets his wish.
chance.
Can he finish level?
This is to tie.
Oh, Jamie.
Needs to hit the ball.
Oh,
And
one
now
shot.
needs to find the goal.
Top corner.
But he's got Bruce Grobbelaar up against him.
Wrong bed.
On the wire.
And he's done a John Terry and slipped.
Jamie Owens is defeated in the penalty shootout challenge by 4 goals to 3.
Now there he is, Jamie Owens, a sharp shooter on the football pitch, a prolific goal scorer at non-league level. Is he going to be prolific with his darts here at the Super Series? On his return, having won Group A last time he was here as a 66-1 outsider. Well, now he comes back in this group as favourite to win it at just 2-1. His opponent is the stone-faced Belgian, Timothy Brewer, who you wouldn't want to play at poker. And he's in Group C after a Group A campaign this week. A finalist, or weekly finalist, in the previous series. Owens back for a second stab at Super Series success. And also through to a Saturday night in the previous series, Timothy Brewer, the 32-year-old from Belgium, and looking to put a bit more consistency together. He did finish as the best of the rest in Group A. In fact, I think it was slightly unnoticed that he actually ended up on the same points as Tom Sykes and only missed out on Group B by virtue of 3 legs. So
Just like Jamie to throw
I
first.
think he could be there or thereabouts in this group
Game
as
on.
well. But as we were saying before the break, Laura, we said it could be unpredictable, and both of the first 2 matches have reflected that.
Yeah, really have. Very tight in our opening 2.
85.
And another one of these matches, obviously we haven't seen Jamie play up there this week. But it wouldn't surprise me if this is another one that kind of just goes the distance.
60.
It's not a trend I see happening throughout the rest of the day. I think one's coming in, perhaps just need a game or so just to settle into everything.
Owens was
84.
ultra impressive when he played, particularly in that Group A campaign in the previous series. He was here right at the end, the last week of the series.
81.
And great to see him back. Fascinating story. He's injured, and that's why he's been taking
60.
up darts much more seriously. But he ended up winning Group A by 4 points, and it was a group that included Daryl Pilgrim and Boris Koltsov.
68.
Yeah, and it was kind of comfortably won by Jamie in the end. A couple of wins clear.
43.
They only dropped 3 matches en route to the finals night, but it didn't go his way when he got there. He was out within a
60.
few matches, lost his opener to Derek Coulson 4-1, and then was beaten by Andy Davidson by the same scoreline. In fact, in
99.
the interest of symmetry, Coulson went on to beat Davidson by that same scoreline in the final.
One of them 40. Jim DeGar 130.
Yeah, just needs to lift that over the top. Just couldn't quite find that kind of right light.
40. Timothy Carr 92.
Ops double.
Game shot on the first
Yeah,
leg.
pays
Timothy
off.
to throw.
Double finish there for Timothy.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Really good start. TV shining on your screen here at the Super Series.
43.
As you say, no real reaction. Very stoic.
I don't know why I didn't think of calling him TV earlier in the week. His surname has been a bit of a mouthful at times.
180.
A great response from Owens.
You're kind of seeing it more and more regularly, aren't you? That you're getting these players that
61.
are transitioning from, a slightly more physical sport and coming over to it. Obviously, the most famous, I guess, that springs to mind is someone like Gowen Price. He's come over
96.
from a rugby background and made a real impact in the sport of darts.
It also seems to be one of those sports where players can pick it up and get good very quickly.
140.
So if they are pursuing it as a sort of second career or a hobby that they picked up later in life, then there's still no reason that they can't reach the top of the game.
120.
No. When you go around some of these football grounds now, a lot of them, they do have dartboards up that people can practice, the players use, just for a bit of R&R.
60.
And as
Jim
you say,
DeGar 105.
if you've got an injury and you prove to be good, it's a great transition to make.
Well, that's 3 bullseyes in a row. Fantastic precision from Jamie Owens, who now wants tops.
85.
Failed to find it. Really should have gone 5 bulls, shouldn't he? He was hitting it that well.
Yeah, I reckon if Luke Littler was on that same shot,
101.
he would have gone
Jamie
the
Carr
5 ball
20.
route.
Game shot on the second leg.
But all
Jamie
pans out.
Owens.
Break straight back there for Jamie Owens.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on. $83. $81.
Yeah, not happy about that last start.
139.
And you just get the feeling perhaps Jamie Owens is now warming to the task.
100.
I just wonder how that will change his mindset, being installed as favourite compared to sort of
47.
going under the radar a little last time he was here.
Yeah, I think for some players, it can be quite impactful. I think when you
16.
are that underdog, you want to prove everyone wrong, but you've also got nothing to lose in that same breath. You know, if you don't overachieve, it's kind of what was
65.
expected of you in the first place. But now there is a weight of expectation with Jamie returning after he performed so well last time. But so far, doesn't seem to be an issue.
140, Jim DeCar, 167. $57, Timothy Carr, 120.
120 then. It's on. This is a really good start, this from the Brewer.
100.
Just got caught in the
Jim DeCar,
sandwich there.
110.
Yeah, double 18.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the third
110
leg,
finished
Jamie
there.
Owens.
That's a holder throw. First holder throw so far in this match.
Fourth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
I think we've only seen 1 point today in 3 matches where a player's been more than a leg in front. That was when Francis took
16.
a 2-0 lead against Bradley Coleman. Since then, it's been nip and tuck.
137.
That holder throw there for Jamie Owens is the first holder throw in 9 legs, because the whole match before was a break on every single one.
83. $41. $121.
So who will be making it through to finals night this week? And who will be
95.
in the audience? It could be you. Tickets are available. Scan that QR code and you will be able to book your tickets for as little as £2.
100.
No dynamic pricing involved here at the Live Lounge. Pay your £2, you'll get your seat. And if the last Saturday is anything to go by,
140. Timothy Carr, 137.
and it should be an entertaining evening. Went for tops, unsuccessfully.
97. Jamie Carr, 88.
You can understand the logic. The only leg he's won so far in the match was the result of a double-double finish. This for the ball.
Game shot on
He
the
has
fourth
been
leg,
exceptional
Jamie Owens.
on the bullseye so far this match. And
Fifth leg,
just
Jamie
see-
to throw first.
Tim in the background, very deflated after that went in.
Game on.
And how good has he been on the bullseye in this game? This is... Has he missed the ball when going for it at any point? I think he's hit it every time, hasn't he? I can count 4
140.
successful bullseye attempts.
Yeah, 3 of them being consecutive or over 2 different throws. We haven't had the big 3 bullseye 150.
I'll tell you what, if anyone's going to do it, it might be him. Pinpoint precision from Jamie Owens when it comes to the middle of the dartboard, and he's not too bad on the treble 20 either.
140.
Then again, nor is old Tim.
140.
I hope it's not offensive, but he does look like a footballer, doesn't he, Jamie Owens? You can see him in a football kit.
81.
Yeah, 100%. I was thinking the same thing.
I hope this isn't offensive, but Timothy does look like some sort of secret agent assassin, doesn't he?
139. James DeCar, 140. $60. Timothy Carr, 42.
Can he take aim and fire in a sniper-like fashion here? Double 16 to keep the game going, and the
Shot on
game
fifth leg.
does
Timothy
keep
Leroux.
going. I'm quite glad of it as well, because it's a really good game, this.
Sixth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, essential leg there for Brewer. And there you see the averages. It's been a high quality encounter so far. Just over the 95 for the Belgian.
60.
92 for Owens.
97. $42.
After that solid breaker throw there for the Brewer.
59.
Just struggling here with hold, and it's a leg that he's going to have to win.
$40. $85.
Just saw that wry smile there in the middle from Jamie Owens as he pulled it into the 5, but great adjustment back in the treble 20.
60. $68.
Yeah, things not working at the top there for Brewer. Opted to switch, but
43.
unfortunately in this particular must-win leg for the Belgian, cannot locate a treble.
$128.
It might be the first of the 3 that doesn't go the full distance. Jamie Owens has set himself up perfectly here to get the job done.
140. Jimmy Carr 64.
Needs a single for tops. Just takes that step back, that slight pause.
44.
Just
Jimmy
pulls it
Carr,
slightly under, so
116.
a chance here to level it up for the Belgian.
Treble 20 needed, not found, so Owens will return
43. Jimmy Carr
to
20.
pick up the points in what's been a very decent darting duel to kick off this pairs Group C campaign. 2 10s. Well, his darts do lean a bit. How much can he see?
No score. Jimmy
Not
Carr
much
73.
at all.
Yeah, and you heard that audible cry of Jamie. Scolding himself for the miss.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Timothy Brewer.
Yeah, well, we're speaking about the bull hitting of
7th
Jamie
final leg.
Owens.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
But it's the Brewer's gone this unconventional route there. Starting on the 11s on 73 meant he may only get a dart at the bullseye, and that's what he ended up doing. But he got it.
55.
The bull hitting has been brilliant in this game. And once again, Laura, we get a marathon match.
140.
Yeah, we kind of implied that we thought this could happen in this group. It's very hard to call between them, but
180.
what a time to hit your second 180 of the match, Jamie Owens.
$100.
Yeah, Owens had 4 match-winning opportunities in that last leg.
58.
Missed all 4 at the outer ring. And Brewer, for 5 throws, could not locate a treble 20, but persevered. And as you say, here we are, 3 apiece.
100.
Well, things that haven't happened at the Modus Super Series before, that we play so many darts matches that there aren't that many, but one of them is we've never seen a day where every
81.
single match has gone down to the last leg decider.
161.
I'm calling it early.
Well, I thought we were going to see our second 127 in game of the day.
$120.
And we still might.
Jimmy Carr 127.
Well, he'd love it, wouldn't he? Look at him, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Can Jamie Owens get the cream? No, he can't, and this is going to be a total turnaround here. The Brewer's getting a dart.
59.
Well,
Jimmy
3
Carr,
darts, if you
32.
like. So double 16.
No score.
And he's
Jimmy
missed a
Carr
lot.
68.
Yeah, another chance here for Owens, one that he probably thought he wasn't going to get.
A dart of his own at the same target.
Being shown in the match,
And
Jamie
Owens is on target. A brilliant game of darts that went right down to the last leg, as every game has so far today. But it is Owens who crosses the line in that one. The Brewer gave him a great battle, and I think they're having a little bit of a conversation about each twist and turn in that tie. But ultimately, the points are in the pocket of Jamie Owens. He joins Callum Francis and Ashley Coleman in picking up victories in their opening games. Two of the players who didn't are in action next. Coleman against Large.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blends, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? He's on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have had a very interesting start to today's action. All 3 matches using all 7 legs. A 4-3 win for Callum Francis over Bradley Colman. A 4-3 win for Ashley Coleman over Charlie Large in a game in which every single leg went against the throw. And then Jamie Owens punishing Timothy Brewer for missed match darts to cross the line in that one. So next up, Coleman takes on Large in a battle of 2 players who haven't yet picked up a point. And then we're going to see the Brewer against Francis and Coleman versus Owens. We said at the start of the day, Laura, that expect the unexpected. And it's looking like we were right on that charge. However, the one player that there probably is going to be some concern for is Bradley Coleman.
First leg, Bradley to throw first.
What does he need to do to ensure that he doesn't get cut adrift very quickly in this group?
Yeah, I was about to say, actually, I think this is already, I know we're only the kind of his second game in, but I think this is a really important one, not just in the context of keeping that campaign alive, but for Coleman, just so he can
41.
Keep his head up, because we saw in the opening match, head dropping, he's having that issue where he's pulling into the 1s, pulling into the 5s, and the frustration is just becoming overwhelming.
56.
Although Charlie Large, he lost his opening match, you know, he was averaging around about just under the 85 mark, but he was very much, he looked very comfortable. produced 2 180s, 3 from 13 on the
100.
outer ring. I mean, Coleman, when he gets down to a double, no issue so far, but the issue has been just getting there.
I think that's very fair.
137.
But I also think that maybe players themselves should take heart from the score lines in the matches, knowing that they're likely to be in the mix in every game they play.
Yeah, and we know when a group is this tight,
100.
leg difference can be all important. Players can be split by the finest of margins. So if you're going to lose, you want to lose with as close a scoreline as possible.
98. $100.
Well, 160 left for Colman. I wouldn't put it past him. He's taken out some decent finishes this week, including that 141 high.
Bradley Car 160.
2 trebles in the same space here. But therein lies the problem again.
78. Charlie Car 152.
Yeah, another one of those. I'm not going to go. So Charlie Lars just looking to tee something up.
100.
Off
Bradley
to
Car
stay
82.
on the treble 20 target, but Colman back here, 82 required.
So 17. Tees up tops.
Getting shown the first
That's
leg.
very
Bradley
nicely
Coleman.
done. Well,
Second leg
speaking to
Charlie
Trina
through
Gulliver
first.
yesterday about
Game on.
Coltman's sort of issue with the ones, and we were talking about what potentially is technically wrong, but the more I see him take out these checkouts,
58.
I wonder if it's actually a focus issue, that in the middle of legs you can sort of go through the motions at times, and there can be I think the term is lazy dart, isn't it? But when he's on the checkouts and he's got that focused mind,
180.
although it wasn't exhibited in that example because he's fired in a 180, but
58.
he tends to be there or thereabouts with the checkouts and doesn't have the stray darts.
Yeah, it's unusual, but seems to be finding the scoring range at the moment.
140.
I was half glad that he didn't throw a 6 perfect dart there, because we would have a 9 dart finish with the commentator talking about everything he was doing wrong.
Questioning the ability to hit a treble.
Well, he's certainly hitting him in this leg, isn't he? This is brilliant. And whatever he needed to do, he has been doing.
139.
Back in the practice room, he's on course for a 2-leg lead. This with what would be his best leg of the week, an 11 darter.
95. Bradley Car 42.
Yeah, double 16 the target.
34.
Yeah, and after waxing lyrical about how good he has been on the outer ring, couldn't find it there, but plenty of time. Charlie not able to leave a finish.
88. Bradley Car 8.
So for 2-zip, and this is a real promising
Game shot on the
showing
second leg,
so
Bradley
far from
Coleman.
Bradley Colman.
Third leg Bradley to throw first.
And I think when you've seen
Game on.
someone struggle, it is really pleasing to see, isn't it?
Yeah, we kind of touched on it when we spoke about Devon earlier, that sometimes you just want to come up here and just perform, just play, to your ability, prove to people why you're here
42.
and prove to yourself what you can do. And we can just see there, just from that last leg out in 13 darts, it was a potential 11 darter. We can see the levels that Coleman has got.
58. $140.
But when you get a performance like this that seemingly comes out of the blue, it can leave you scratching your head as to, one, why hasn't that happened sooner? And two, where's it come from? How do I replicate it?
57.
When I come back again, I want to do exactly the same thing. I think dart, probably gives you an insight into my mind that some dart players just really overthink everything.
100. 96.
Things are certainly looking up for Bradley. Now you see the difference in the averages in this game. He's good value for this lead.
81. 43. Bradley Car 138.
Yeah, Coleman really has turned it around after the disappointment of losing that opening match.
Double 12. Oh, fabulous. Absolutely
Game
fabulous.
Like Bradley Coleman.
One-way traffic this game. We haven't seen a
Fourth leg
dominant
Charlie to through
display.
first. Game on.
And we came into this match probably fearing that if there were to be one, it would be the other way around.
140.
Yeah, rather firm, almost aggressive throw there from Charlie Large. I think he's finding it rather frustrating. And that can be the other thing. When you are in the back room and you know that there's a player that has been struggling slightly and then they come out and find this performance, you know, you can think, oh, why me? Why it's not my day?
100.
It comes back to overthinking though, doesn't it? Forget about your opponent. Just throw your darts. Do what you can do.
$100.
Would actually be fascinating. Might do it in a pre-play interview one
100.
day and ask the player about every single opponent and see if they do treat them any differently. Because obviously in standard tournament play, you know your first opponent, but you won't really know who you're going to play next. So you'll be preparing for that one match where when you come here, you've got 5 different opponents that you've got to consider. Or rather, shouldn't consider.
Yeah, it would be interesting,
65.
especially if they were kind of open and honest about actually what they were thinking. Because I'm sure, you know, if you're playing in a group where you actually know someone really well, perhaps you would treat them very much differently to if you were playing, say, like one of the legends, like a Hendo or a Thornton that you've never played against before.
Yeah, there are a few well-rehearsed lines, aren't they? I'll just play my own game and doesn't matter what my opponent does and all that kind of thing. Don't care who I'm playing.
Yeah, my favourite. We've both got 3 darts.
56.
A Large likely to at least avoid the whitewash defeat here.
135.
But
Charlie
needs
Car
tops
40.
to ensure he does. Or 10s. Or double 5. And now there is a
35.
chance for
Bradley
Colman
Car 70.
to complete the perfect game.
He's been deadly on the outer ring. Just seen the 138. Can he add the 70?
Tops to do so.
30.
A Large
Charlie Car 5.
returns for the remainder. 5 in bits. Doesn't look comfortable. And doesn't
1.
hit the double.
Bradley Car 40.
And this for our first 4-0.
Game shot on the
4-0
match. Bradley
it
Coleman.
is, and it's an impressive display there from Bradley Coleman. Shakes the hand of Charlie Large, who would have been disappointed, had a few chances in the end at the outer ring, but couldn't convert any, and it is 4-0 to Bradley Coleman. And you can see him there just having a chat with Paul Hinks. And the average is there, 92.5 for Bradley Coleman, around 75 for Charlie Large, but it's that all-important 4-0 result, and it does go the way of Coleman. Well, coming up next, we've got Tim Brewer and Callum Francis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. You've just seen the first match not go the distance. The first 3 matches all went 4-3, but it's Bradley Coleman who has turned things around, beating Charlie Large 4-0, and now, very early on, sits top of the table. But at the moment, all focus now back here with Callum Francis, and he takes on Tim Brewer. And Callum Francis won his opening match against Coleman, 1-4-3. But Brewer, he was victim to Jamie Owens. Again, another 4-3 result. But this is the point for me where I think things can really start taking shape. We knew that this group, or we thought that this group was going to be very tight. And obviously the first 3 results really did reflect that. But if a player can sense this opportunity and just find that next level in their throw, in their matches, there could be a potential for one of these players to kind of really put some distance between them and the rest of the field.
$140.
Brewer has found himself here in Group C, finished 4th in Group A, but narrowly missed out in a spot in Group B. Just on leg difference, just 3 legs the difference between him and a former weekly winner in Tom Sykes.
$100.
Yeah, as for Callum Francis, he described his current form as inconsistent when we spoke to him earlier. Did show some signs of that in the opening match, but did manage to pull together a really strong last leg, including his first maximum of the day, just to edge Coleman out.
Yeah, every game becoming more interesting and more unpredictable. Who would have thought that 4-0 win for Bradley Coleman before the break, but really pleased to see it for him.
81.
So Large now at the foot of the field after 2 matches. Coleman at the top of the table.
60. Tip of the car, 1.
But Brewer manages to win this match. In fact, Large will be the only player without points. We're only 5 games in. Treble 20 found, so double 16. Just double checking.
80.
No, double 16.
Car 118.
I was waiting for that.
He could be punished. Oh, he's not going to be punished. And that dart did seem rushed for me. I know I'm sat in the cheap seats, and if I was throwing it, it'd be closer to Paul Hinkson, the target. But just looked like he almost expected it to go in rather than making sure. Double 12 now. Found. Sneaks it in.
On the first leg,
for a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was rushed from Callum Francis. Couldn't wait to
get
it out of his hand like a hot potato.
But
that's something we always say in the comms box. Make sure of the single number.
28. $85.
This game 5 of 15
96.
this afternoon. Don't forget we are back this evening from 10 p.m. UK time for Group B, and it's a equally interesting field of 5. Rob Collins,
100.
Tom Sykes, Joe Mernon, Daniel Larsson and Victor Tingstrom.
$137.
Good visit there from Francis. Just edges forward.
100.
Yeah, that last result of 4-0 though did kind of put paid to your
100.
suggestion that we might have a day of all 4-3s.
I think put paid to it is putting it politely. Made me look a fool.
60. Callum McCarr, 140.
Not difficult, to be fair. But there are all these things that could happen that I think will happen at some point. Another one is a group where all the players finish on the same number of points. We were one result away from it once in a Group B campaign.
140. Callum McCarr, 40.
Yeah, that's one where you definitely need the abacus out just to work out the difference.
Game shot on the second leg, Callum Francis.
No working out required there, one apiece as Callum Francis pins
Third
double
leg,
10.
Timothy to throw first. Game on. $100.
Did like his interview this morning when he said he was duffed by Duff. Callum Francis. Thought that was rather cleverly done.
45.
Maybe he's bidding for a tilt at our job at some point.
For now, the job in hand is trying to keep up with the
180.
He's in the groove, isn't he? First max of the match by the Belgian. Answered by
180.
the same from his opponent.
In fairness for Brewer, he was in control for some of the match against Jamie Owens.
100.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to win it, didn't it? He did get a dart in that last leg decider as well. In fact, 3 darts.
100. Tip of the car, 121.
Well, that's a little bit of a mess. Should have been much, much better place than 93.
Yeah, because Callum Francis now will be tapping
100.
on the shoulder.
Tip of the car, 93. $53. Callum McCarr, 76.
Yeah, and that previous visit did prove problematic as Francis now looks at 76.
36. Tip of the car, 40. Getting shot on the third leg, Timothy Verbruger.
So, 2-1 to Verbruger.
Fourth leg, Callum to throw first. Game on.
Another game where it's blow for blow. Both players playing decent stuff, hovering around the 90 mark in the averages.
83. $125.
So the Verbruger just looking to make his move here.
60. $83.
As players go, he's very hard to read. Everything's quite
46.
straight-laced, very stoic look.
Yeah, no reaction whether it's a bad visit or a good one.
99.
And some players like that, don't they? I know there are players that really don't like celebrations against them on the hockey.
140.
From the Roy Keane school of thinking, you don't praise the postman for delivering letters.
140.
No, but the occasional appreciation doesn't hurt.
$58.
Well, I've never seen you jumping around the stage, Laura.
That's because I'm not on the stage very often, Chris. No.
It would be ironic now if Timothy let out an almighty roar after taking
Getting shot on the
tops.
fourth leg,
But
Timothy
no, it's all
Verbruger.
in a day's work.
No, I'm very much of the same ilk.
Fifth leg,
I'm not
Timothy to throw first.
a
Game
massive celebrator.
I think that's changing a little bit, isn't it? I think it depends on where you did your apprenticeship in darts, because anyone that's played in some of the
28.
establishments that I used to frequent, the smallest celebration would have ended up with someone throwing a punch of a different kind.
140.
Yeah, very much. I'd say anyone that would attempt a double finish as well may end up with the same kind of reaction.
Whereas these days, with all the academies and stuff, it's very much
97.
part of the fun, isn't it? So I think the younger players tend to model themselves on the Van Gerwens, etc.
yeah, again, it's what you see. You kind of see it being done on the main stage, and I guess those players right at the top of the table, more for the majority, do have those big celebrations.
100.
But the irony is, a lot of what where I play now, we've got a women's series this weekend. Behind those closed doors in those areas that we play in, there is no reaction.
60. 60. 82.
Well, Francis is on a finish, but the Brewer's going to pile the pressure on here.
140. Callum McCarr, 160.
Yeah, I thought that was perfectly placed for a third treble, but I feel this is a shot that needed to go for Francis, so can only look at teeing up.
45. Timothy McCarr, 76.
And tops.
Getting shot in the match.
Yeah, and
Timothy
tops
Brewer.
is found, and that is 4-1 to Timothy Brewer over Callum Francis. Again, just having a nice chat there with the referee Paul Hinks on the back, and why not? That is a win now for everyone, apart from Charlie Large, who's at the bottom of the table. Averages there just under 90 for Brewer. Callum Francis around the 85, and good finishing stats as well. And next we've got Ashley Coleman. He takes on Jamie Owens.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen the Belgian Timothy Brewer beat Callum Francis 4 legs to 1. And we did think as the day started with the first three results going 4-3, been very much more one-sided results in this second round of 3. And now we have Ashley Coleman. He's taking on Jamie Owens. Now both these players won their opening match. Coleman with a 4-3 win over Charlie Large. And Owens with that 4-3 win over the Brewer.
First leg, Ashley through first. Game on.
Well, Jamie Owens, he came into this group as the favourite, 2-1 favourite. But Ashley Coleman, the way he's performed
60.
both in previous weeks and how he's performed throughout this week in terms of averages and stats and standard, Ashley Coleman was one of those ones that we've kind of tipped to go through. Obviously, it's early doors, anything can happen, but for me, this is one of those matches that could really explode.
60. $121.
Yeah, good adjustment there for Coleman. Almost that second dart, I think, just kind of slipped out of his hand. You could see from the action the wow from Coleman.
$100.
Owens making good headway against the throw. And after the 3-4-3s, we've had a couple of
28.
relatively one-sided affairs. Great start, great dart. Well, he's winced there because he also has to be careful not to bust this.
120.
And he's been very careful not to bust it.
Trust me, that's definitely the preference.
66.
Yeah,
Jamie Carr, 20.
Already tentative leg here for Coleman. And it is Owens that takes that opening leg, quick breaker throw, and nice little reaction there from Owens.
First, game on.
Yeah, 13 dart break, really good start. And having already picked up one victory, could be the one that makes his move at the top of the table.
60. $100.
Both players on the right end of the result in their first games, both winning in last leg deciders.
60.
Coleman involved in that bizarre game where every single leg was a breaker throw against
41.
Charlie Large.
He's going to hope that perhaps that's a trend that maybe follows at least in this leg, because he's going to need to find a break now. But for
129.
me, Coleman just way off the pace in this match.
Here he comes to Portsmouth
100.
with each visit with a big suitcase full of darts and darts equipment. We have seen him tinker a little bit with the stems and flights, so they seem to have stuck to a set for the last day and a half.
140.
You do get players, don't you? Obviously famous to
55.
Peter Wright, but players that do like to kind of just play around with the setup.
Yeah, Peter Wright, the obvious one, as you say, but Phil Taylor used to do it quite a lot as well. A Taylor-esque finish there from Jamie Owens with the stacker dart, having blocked the treble 20 bed, seemingly managed to find it and then hit double 16 to complete the finish.
180.
Yeah, but that's better from Coleman. He's going to need more of the same.
It's Owens who could get the same. Oh, it clattered off the metal, didn't it?
$84.
Huge gulf in the standard of play. Almost ironic that Coleman's the only one to have found a maximum in this match.
140.
Yeah, may have found that one maximum, but 4 140s so far for Owens, and 2 from 2 on the outer ring, including that 112. Coleman hasn't had a shot at a double yet in the match.
91. Asuka 140.
Will he get one here? Not in this visit. he really needs to stay there in his own mind. 100 to leave tops. Now he does
40.
go
Jimmy
downstairs.
Carr,
Instead
130.
of scoring 100 to leave 40, he scores 40 to leave 100.
Yeah, similarly, that's awkward, but has to stay. Can't find a route through.
43.
Well, he waxed lyrical about his
Asuka,
bullseye hitting,
100.
but off the mark there.
68. Jimmy Carr, 87.
Yeah, with 100 left of all the numbers you don't want to see. It's that one.
I was going to say you don't want to see Jamie Owens on the bull, but he's avoided that. Maybe he'd been better off leaving it. It's double 5 instead.
77. Asuka, 32. Getting shown the third
It was the
leg.
first
Ashley Coleman.
opportunity. Coleman's had it a double, but it was the one that was well taken.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on. $40. 100.
And after those opening two legs, Ashley Coleman well off the pace has now started to find his scoring power.
41. $40. $140. $96.
Very little to split these two in this fourth leg.
134.
But that should put a bit of distance between them.
$57. Jamie Carr, 146.
We've seen a 112 from Jamie Owen. Can he add the 146? Double 16.
114.
Yeah, great effort there from Jamie Owens.
Yeah, so he will return for 3-1. Still averaging in three figures
Jimmy
in this
Carr,
game.
32.
Really good performance. Ashley Coleman won't know what's hit him, and Owens is starting to live up to that favourite billing. 2 8s.
16.
Gives Coleman an outside
Ashley Carr,
shot here.
148. $92. Jimmy Carr, 16.
That visit just giving Jamie Owens something to think about. Another 3 clear here for double 8.
Getting shown the fourth
Yeah, but
leg,
no messing
Jamie
this
Owens.
time. Sneaks it into the corner. 3-1 Owens.
Fifth leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on. $100. $82.
Let's see, 6th game, so after this all will have played 2 matches and only one player will have won
95.
2 matches, and it will be the winner of this tie, which is looking increasingly like being Jamie Owens. That'll see him top of the table at the early stages of it.
100.
Yeah, this group really does have the potential to be very, very close as we go into
83.
tomorrow.
Those darts were grouped very closely indeed, piling the pressure on Coleman here on throw. Owens sets up a match-winning opportunity.
Yeah, you can see the frustration
Jimmy Carr,
for Coleman there.
139.
Good adjustment.
Needed that treble to leave any kind of finish. Now, he may have to take it, and he's hit the ball
74.
again. This
Ashley
is
Carr,
getting ridiculous.
138.
he threatened it. Well, if I was
96,
Jamie Owens, I would
Jim
not be going
65.
for the 25 here, because we all know the dart's going in the bullseye. Doesn't get anywhere near. Maybe actually aim for the 25. I know they say that most players aim for the bull and hope to miss on that, but he might have been a bit careful there to avoid the bull. In the end, he has tops.
25.
Can't hit it.
Asuka 42.
Yeah, match-winning opportunity come and gone for Owens, so Coleman steps up for 42.
Game
And
shot
no
on the
messing
fifth leg,
there.
Ashley Coleman.
3-2. Going into the
Six leg
sixth leg, it
Jamie
is
through
Owens
first.
with the advantage
Game on.
of throw.
And the reason that Coleman's still in the game, despite averaging some 17 points lower than Owens at this stage, is because he's been perfect on the doubles.
140. $123.
Yeah, good response there from Coleman. Just trying to stay within touching
57.
distance of Owens, and that could be a mistake if Coleman can find another couple of trebles.
$60. $96.
Jamie Owens here, I'm sure, hoping to get the job done. If
58.
it does go 3 apiece, it will be Ashley Coleman that would have the advantage of throw.
$54. $123. Kevin McCall, 154.
He snuck it in. Now this is still in the balance. Unless Owens can finish in style here. Another. Again, it's hit the dart, hasn't it? He's thrown it perfectly, but it's just bounced off it and away from the target.
130. Africa 137.
Yeah. Needed a big shot there, Coleman. Couldn't find it.
133. Jamie Carr 24.
So to take the early lead in the league. Misses 3 darts to do so. And if Coleman hits this, suddenly he becomes favourite for the match.
Game shot on the
Because
sixth
he
leg,
now has
Ashley
the darts in
Coleman.
the decider.
Seventh and final leg, Ashley to throw
Yeah,
first.
Jamie
Game
Owens has had multiple darts in multiple legs to take this match.
Do you think that's bothered him,
100.
Laura?
I think it might have.
And is it spilling over into the way he's throwing the darts?
40.
We saw the big reaction after losing that leg, and then a really poor start to the decider.
Yeah, the adrenaline and the action just all seemed
41.
been out of shape there for Jamie Owens.
Coleman lets him off the hook.
58.
Suddenly what was coming easy is feeling hard.
58.
Just giving himself a moment. He knows that he's let that anger spill into this leg. He's just stopped himself for a second and thought, right, play properly. But still fails to
45.
land a treble in 9 darts.
Yeah, and it's really frustrating as a player. I mean, we've mentioned it, that gulf between the averages in the match, but you cannot afford to give Ashley Coleman too many chances, as he can do things like this.
And Coleman hasn't missed a dart at double in this game. Owens has missed plenty, 9 in total.
140. Asuka 122.
And if Coleman checks this out, he will have the lead in the Group C table himself. Not going to check it out, but he will leave it handy.
74.
You know, what Owens can do here is just try and pile on a bit of pressure. Needs to find a treble, you think.
58. Asuka 48.
So this to be the player at the peak of the pile. after a couple of games apiece.
32.
Didn't miss a dart
Jamie
double
O'Carr,
until they were for the
160.
match. Then he missed 2.
And this would be some way to finish off a match. There's 1. And that you felt was a perfect lie for Jamie Owens, but couldn't find a second.
140.
Ironically
Ashley
does
Carr,
now.
16.
A nail biter.
Game
But
shown
it's
in the
Coleman
match,
who
Ashley
clinches it. And for Jamie Owens, that is one that got away, missing multiple match starts, having held a convincing 3-1 lead in the game. It is Jamie Owens who falters at the finish. Look at the difference there in the averages, 10 points between them, but the much more clinical finishing from Coleman is what eventually saw him come back into the match firstly and then cross the line to pick up the points. He is the early league leader. Coming next, we're going to see who will join him on 4 points. Will it be Bradley Colman or Timothy Brewer? Find out after the break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen Ashley Coleman take an early lead in the Group C race. Coleman coming back from 3-1 behind to defeat Jamie Owens, who looked destined to be top of the table himself. Mismatched darts to be there, and Coleman managed to punish him. He's on top on 4 points then. 4 players on 2. Charlie Large, the only player yet to pick up any points, but we do seem to have a really open group in prospects over the next couple of days. And we are going to see someone join Coleman on 4 points at the end of this one. The battle between the Belgian, Timothy Brewer, and Bradley Colman, who really seemed to sweep his struggles aside in his previous game after being disappointed with a 4-3 defeat at the hands of Callum Francis early on. Swept Charlie Large aside 4-0 with a really polished performance and really good signs that maybe, just maybe, Colman could yet turn his fortunes around this week, Laura.
Yeah, I agree. It was
First leg, Bradley to throw first.
statistically the performance of the day so
Game
far,
on.
averaging around 92.5. But he's finishing very clinical, 4 from 7, including a beautiful 138. We've mentioned it before as well, actually, that when he's got to the finishing
81.
stages, that's not really been an issue for Coleman. What had been an issue was the scoring power. And as soon as we started talking about it, he went 180, 140, and everything seemed right with the world again.
Yeah, always the way. But Brewer, one of those players who's shown in flashes all week what he can do. Mentioned that it kind of went under the radar. He was tied on points with Tom Sykes, who will be one of the favourites if he does get through to finals. Like, no doubt about that, having made it a couple of times before and been to the grand final of a Champions Week here at the Super Series. He will be expected to maybe even come through this
45.
week and for Brewer amassed as many wins as he did in Group A.
Yeah, players like Tom Sykes, for me, just one of the kind of success stories of the ADC system.
81.
3 out of the 6 players here have come through the ADC system to secure a place at the live lounge.
121.
Yeah, we've seen it, haven't we? I think the first real story was Adam Warner, wasn't he, a couple of years ago when he won here at the Super Series as an ADC qualifier, invested his prize money in a place
45.
at qualifying school and then got a tour card and has been in the PDC system for the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword for us, isn't it? Because obviously, we want to see these players have the
80.
success, but when they get that tour card, it means we can't enjoy them here.
Yeah, it's like your kids, isn't it? You never want them to leave home.
Yeah, okay. I've already been told by my youngest she's never leaving, so...
140. Tip of the car, 155.
So Coleman on course to make it 5 legs on the spin here.
79.
114 to
Tip of
do
the car,
so.
114.
That looks like a nice guide. I wouldn't have been surprised that he stayed there. He has actually had to move over because he's blocking tops a little bit.
94.
Maybe he should have
Jimmy
stayed there
Carr,
because of that
76.
dart pointing up above the double he was aiming for.
He was fortunate not to have actually knocked that in the treble 20 and bust the score.
Timo's got a
Being
similar
shot on the
problem,
first
but
leg,
the dart
Timothy
was enough
Brewer.
out of the way. And he picks his pocket there.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
I think in some instances that blocker dart, it can be less problematic
100.
for a taller player, just from the angle that they can see and throw from.
It's a good point. And I've always found it fascinating that
91.
there's never been evidence of a sort of perfect height for a darts player.
No, and I'm not necessarily sure
60.
there is one. See people of all heights find success. I think it's just learning how, a lot of players are very stubborn. They will want to stay at the treble 20 even if it's completely
60.
blocked. And it's those players actually, I think, that can manage the board and know their own throw well enough to switch and go for 19s, go for 18s. They're the ones that will ultimately get a better success rate.
85.
Well, that was mature, that, from Bradley Colman. The first dart, he didn't feel ready to release, so he just
83.
stopped himself and then pitched it straight into the treble 20.
Technically, he has got that throw which he kind of holds back and kind of twists his wrist slightly.
60.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It actually seems like there's a lot to do just to let go of
100.
the dart.
Yeah, it's very technical. And we often say the most basic of throws is often the most effective. It's something you want something that's easily replicated.
100. Bradley
Well, how often do you do it in
167.
practice? And any dart player of any, even my low standards, will have done this, where you're trying your heart out and you just can't get it going, and you just end up chucking a couple of darts without caring, and they go straight in the treble 20.
43. Timothy Carr, 96.
Yeah, there's something to be said about that kind of just relaxed, thoughtless throw.
Problem is, you then go, how did I do that? And you try to do that, and that defeats the object.
Yeah, there's just some things you just can't manufacture.
Well, can Bradley Coleman manufacture a big finish here? We've been praising him in this kind of range, and he might be about to produce another one. Oh, brilliant. A blockbuster by Bradley to level up this match.
Third leg Bradley to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, that finish there. Could that be the catalyst that kicks Coleman on in this match?
$81. $60. $140. $100. $43. $66. $60. Bradley Carr, 135.
So 135, having just taken out 124, but that's the wrong bet.
95.
No, just did well. Good set-up play there from Coleman. Nothing at this
60.
point
Bradley Carr, 40.
the Brewer can do. Tens.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
well
third leg,
taken
Bradley
there.
Coleman.
And the players in stark contrast
Fourth
with
leg,
each
Timothy
other.
throw first. Game on.
You're seeing Coleman, he is celebrating each leg as he wins. And I know we've said it before with the Brewer, you get very little reaction.
45.
You were talking us through Coleman's throw a little bit earlier,
57.
Laura. Any resemblance to anyone you can think of? I've had a couple of shouts from some of our production crew here. Not the entire throw, but aspects of it.
80.
You mentioned that twistiness, that sort of
100.
the way he twists his darts with his fingers. Now, forget about that, but just looking at the pullback and the push forward. One of your lady player rivals, Dieter Hedman.
Yeah, very much. It's strange watching it in reverse, obviously, Dieter being a right-handed player.
But it is very much a push, isn't
83. Timothy Carr, 96.
it? In the meanwhile, Timothy's been perfect. 180, 180. And then 96 out in two. That's an electrifying spell. And it culminates in 11 darter.
This leg Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, by far the best leg of the day.
Another name that was sprung to mind, Tim Vine, the comedian.
I will be honest, I haven't studied it quite as much as Heaven, although I did, throughout lockdown, watch Tim Vine play darts at home in the quest, I think, to hit a 180.
Oh, he did, yeah. Come on, Laura, do your homework. What are you doing
55.
if you've not studied comedians' dart throws before you've got here?
To be fair, of all of them, he actually plays very locally to us as well, with some former Surrey colleagues of mine.
60.
Nice little spell of maximums. 2 from the Brewer in the previous leg, and Coleman landing his first of the match in this leg.
58.
We've seen that a few times this week as well. The shoulder
91.
seems to be suffering a little bit from pain as the day goes on.
Again, I think that's just the kind of technical aspect of the throw. There's a lot, as you say, a lot of work goes into it.
58. Blood of the car,
But I think
170.
we're on day number 4. Potentially there's another 2 days left for Coleman.
Yeah, he could be joint top if he wins. In fact, he'll be top himself on leg difference if he wins this match.
84.
It'll be Coleman, followed by the rest.
And I think for a lot of players, perhaps they
60.
wouldn't have had an
86.
experience of playing kind of consecutively over kind of 2, 3, 4 days.
Oh, that's a big miss, but it shouldn't really matter. The
66.
Brewers far enough away back for Coleman to be able to accept that.
90. Blood of the car, 20.
Sure, he'll go for it because it's a good guide, but he could have thought about busting
15.
that.
Yeah, and now I think he is regretting not taking that option.
Well, the end of the last leg, he went out, didn't he, in 8 perfect
45.
darts.
Blood of the car, 5.
Timothy the Brewer, and it's just completely gone missing in the leg that followed. 2-2 here for Coleman to claim it.
3. Timothy O'Carr, 135.
In a leg where you felt Coleman was very much in charge. He really has given Brewer an unexpected opportunity here.
And it goes back to that board management, doesn't it? When he was
85.
on that 5-5.
Blood of the car, 2.
Yeah, okay, he had a good guide, but had he busted it, he'd have been back for a 10 instead, and not maybe ended up on 1.
No score.
Yeah, 1, one of
Timothy
those
O'Carr,
doubles
50.
that can give people many sleepless nights.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Timothy the Brewer.
And really, once again, for Brewer, just pinch in the pocket there of
6th
Coleman.
leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on. $85.
Well, he's
22.
going to be disappointed having lost that previous leg.
Yeah, for Brewer now with that advantage of throat, looking to see the match off.
140.
And it would be him who would be top of the table.
It just goes to show again how tight this group is so far.
Charlie Large, the only player without points yet. He's going to take on Jamie Owens in the game that follows this.
140. $140.
Yeah, but Brewer now really punishing those earlier mistakes in the last leg from Coleman.
96. Timothy Carr, 136.
Yeah, match-winning opportunity here. Not going to go right now, but in a great position to set something up.
96. 60. Timothy McCall, 40.
This for the win.
30.
Well, going to have to wait a bit longer. Coleman all the way back on 183. You can only try and leave something. Hope that the Brewer returns the favour and misses a few.
Yeah, does exactly what he did earlier on double five. Pulls it inside and then
59.
starts faffing around. No faffing, sensible stuff, splitting instead, and then hitting, and then winning, and then climbing to the top of the table. Timothy Brewer punishes Bradley Colman for a leg that got away in the middle of that match. He scratches his head, does Colman, as he wanders off the stage, as he could have been the one at the top of the tree, but instead it's Brewer joining Ashley Coleman on 4 points. Colman stays on 2 with Jamie Owens and Callum Francis. And it's Charlie Large yet to get off the mark, who's hoping that changes next when he faces Owens.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have just witnessed a 4-2 win for the Brewer over Coleman. And now the only player in the pack without a win to their name, Charlie Large. He's now facing, well, group favourite, Jamie Owens. Owens himself, he has just the one win so far to date. Took that early match 4-3 over the Brewer, but then went down in his next match 4-3. But Charlie, if he is going to start making any inroads into this campaign, and I know he really does want to make finals night, he is going to have to find a way to win some of these matches. Mentioned earlier, Charlie, very local to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth.
57.
Massive following as well locally. Last time he was here at finals night, he did bring in a massive crowd.
45. 94. $100.
I'll ask you a question, Laura. Does Large need to win this match, or is he not quite in that territory yet?
100.
I'd say he's not quite there yet, but it is getting to that point. And I think for players as well, when you have lost a couple, just getting that win under your belt, it can give you that confidence, that ability to kind of then push forward. I think as timing goes, you've got Jamie Owens, who lost that last match against Coleman 4-3. It was a really tight battle between the pair. He's going to come back perhaps like a bit of a wounded animal and want to find that win and show why he's coming as favourite. It's a difficult match for anyone in the field, but for Charlie, it feels even more difficult.
100. Charlie O'Carr, 154.
154, the target for Large. Oh, yes. Tops.
134.
For a large one.
Jamie O'Carr, 116.
Couldn't quite manage it, and now Owens can try to pick his pocket. Single for the target that Charlie could not find.
76.
And nor can Jamie.
Charlie O'Carr, 20.
Yeah, just trying to work his way in. Slightly awkward.
10.
Yeah, just overcooks it. So big chance come and gone there for Charlie Large. And incoming opportunity for a breaker throw here for Owens.
Game shot on the first leg, Jamie Owens.
Owens does take the leg, and Large left to kick himself. Don't forget,
Second
he
leg,
hasn't
Jamie
played for
through
3
first.
matches, so he's been in that practice room stewing
Game
on a 4-0 defeat in his previous game. They're the ones where you want to get straight back up, aren't they, and put things right.
Yeah, absolutely. The only 4-0 that we've seen today, and to be fair, it was against Coleman, who up to that
45.
point had been struggling. I think if you'd asked us it was going to go 4-0, we would have probably put it in favour of Large, and he probably would have put it in favour of himself as well.
Did have good preparation for coming
96.
here to the live lounge today. I believe he was runner-up in a local competition in nearby Waterlooville last night.
59.
There's a part of the country where there is plenty of tournaments available throughout the week
60.
for players to play in.
Yeah, and I think the inception of the vaults and the ADC tournaments, I think you're
140.
finding that more and more across the country as well. There's plenty of darts to be played. I know players now that can just find a tournament every night of the week and they're there.
59.
In fact,
26.
the southeast and the northeast pretty similar in terms of availability of events. Jamie Owens from the northeast of the country, and they have as many ADC tournaments in any other region. In fact, plenty of the ADC
93.
qualifiers we've seen do well here have come from that region.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of the bigger tournaments as well, as much as they try and spread them around the country, a lot were
61.
Up north of the border.
Charlie Large here, determined to end this leg-losing streak. Lost the decider to Ashley Coleman.
80.
Lost all
Jeremy
4
Carl,
legs against
170.
Bradley Colman, and lost the first leg of this, meaning 6 legs on the spin have gone against him.
43. Charlie O'Carr, 113.
Treble 18 leaves tops.
Game shot on the
Yeah, that's
second leg,
very
Charlie
well
Large.
taken. And it just stops that rut that you were talking about of Charlie Large,
Then
that
Charlie
run
through
of
first.
losing
Game
legs.
on.
We had a little smile to the camera there, did
100.
Charlie Large. Finally pleased to have ended that drought.
60.
We went for a good year, you know, Laura, here at the Live Lounge without any players really reacting to the cameras, as in looking into them and doing anything. And I think it was a German player by the name of David Schlichting that changed all that.
121.
He definitely knew where the camera was. Oh, it's fun to watch, I'll be honest. But yeah, and I think
134.
I think a lot of these players are kind of, again, that goes back to emulating what you see on the big stages. You look at the likes of kind of Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton, they always seem to know where the camera is as well. You get a good reaction from them.
140.
Perhaps Tommy Morris here as well. He likes to do his little machine gun.
Yeah, once it started up and everybody started to do it. I just think there's no better arena, is there, for becoming aware of that kind of thing, because it really does work in your favour if you do get to the peak of the game to be a personality,
58.
to interact with the audience, not just in the venue but at home as well.
Oh, absolutely. Because then you find the crowd kind of emulate it
51.
as well.
Charlie O'Connor, 82.
It's kind of the basis of the start of brand management, perhaps, for these players.
62.
Good board management from Large there on the 82. Didn't quite complete the combo, but he'll return.
90. Charlie O'Connor, 20.
He had some trouble with this in the opening leg. Again, he's going to have to move quite far over to try and find a route through.
10. Jamie O'Connor, 106.
Yeah, and couldn't. He was that far over the oche. I think he actually blocked the camera from us seeing that very last shot. That's how far across he ended up moving.
44. Charlie O'Connor, 10. Getting shot on the third
I
leg,
think he was
Charlie
pointing
Large.
to say, how can I get closer without going in there, Jamie Owens? But Large does go in the double and does lead
Ball
the
by
match.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And Owens might be going through a little spell of frustration here. He should have been unbeaten, shouldn't he, really? 3-1 up in his previous game. Missed multiple darts to
140.
beat Ashley Coleman. Now he finds himself behind against the player at the bottom of the table in Charlie Large. And he could quickly sink to that kind of position himself.
93.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, the key difference for me in this match compared to that one where he was in control against Coleman, that average difference for quite
100.
a long time within that match, that previous match, he was kind of 10, 15, 20 points at one point ahead in terms of the average. Here, it's very much,
100.
it's much more condensed, much closer. He's kind of it feels like he's trying to force that level of play. It's
91.
as you say, it's frustration keeping through.
$132. Jamie O'Connor, 170. $80.
Yeah, really rescued that with the last dart.
Yes, it's in. Therefore, do not stay there.
136. Jamie O'Connor, 90.
But what he has done with that shot is really applied the pressure here. Hasn't missed a bullseye all day.
65.
He
Charlie
does in the
O'Connor,
end,
40.
and it could be crucial as Charlie Large gets a clean look at tops for 3-1 and a break of throw here. Shake of the head, double 10. There'll be a nod of the head now.
Charlie Large.
A 3-1 lead for Large, and Jamie Owens wondering what's gone on over the last hour
Looks
or
like
so.
Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Jamie Owens doesn't leave much to the imagination when it comes to what he's
57.
thinking, and as you say, probably finding himself just wondering, one, how he lost the last match, and two, how he's finding himself 3-1 down here.
100.
Yeah, a case of what might have been for Owens. Large now has a healthy lead. Can he finally end his difficult day and pick up some points?
94. 140.
I think what we are seeing is what we spoke about earlier, where we're seeing all 6 players play a very similar
96.
standard. Nobody's producing incredible numbers, but nobody's playing really
100.
poorly either. It's kind of just mid-range stuff, and that just does lend to unpredictability.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the key factors when there has been a bit of a disparity in the averages is it's been the finishing stats.
61. $65. Charlie McCarr, 120.
A real match-winning opportunity here for Large. Yeah, and he does not like the lie of that dart. Moves across to try and find a route through. Does so. Tops for the match.
80. Jim McCarr, 96.
Yeah, just skies it slightly. So Owens now for the rescue. Needs double 18.
Gets
Getting
it.
shot on the 5th leg, Jamie Owens.
The game goes on. That's a breaker throw as well. Is Jamie Owens going to do to Charlie Large
6th leg, Jamie to
what
throw
Ashley
first.
Coleman did to him in his
Game on.
previous match? He led 3-1 and lost it. In this one, he's trailed 3-1. Could he win it?
I've come to
45.
the conclusion that in this sport, absolutely anything can happen.
And I think that is very true. Things
93.
have and can happen in darts. Examples: a player walked onto the stage with a horse, a real horse. A player walked onto the stage wearing
56.
ear defenders for an entire match not too long ago at the World Championship. Players have thrown muffins into the audience.
57.
Anything leaping out in your memory of?
Yeah, player walking on and presenting, I think it might have been one of the dancers with an aubergine.
43.
I can assure you that's not one of Laura Turner's dreams, by the way.
Yeah, that was, I think that happened in the
98.
lockdown World Championship.
I remember, yeah. Also recall a player falling off the stage. A fan falling off the stage.
134.
I think that could be a good one. Do tweet in.
Things that have happened at darts, yeah.
And when you go back to the horse one, player in question terrified of horses.
What about this one? One particular world champion once walked to the stage with a
140.
full cast of Star Wars in tow, complete with Chewbacca costume and everything.
Yeah, some stormtroopers.
59.
And quite a famous
Jim McCarr,
TV presenter
83.
was in one of those costumes. Well, what's going to happen here? Something more normal. Another go at the bullseye for the best bull hitter in this group.
44.
Yeah, he's just
Charlie
kind of
McCarr,
lost that
108.
lie on the ball. And again now, another chance here for Charlie to take the match.
And he could do it.
76. Jim McCarr,
Chance
39.
comes and goes.
Well, that miss on the ball didn't leave Owens on a double, so finds a 7 for 32. Same target as Large. Yeah, is that awkward? I think so. Again, shuffle across the oche.
23.
Couldn't find a route through.
Charlie McCarr, 32. Getting shot in the match, Charlie Large.
There is the match. The first points in the pocket for Charlie Large. Jamie Owens wondering what's gone wrong today. Looked like he would be top of the table when he led his previous game 3-1. Lost that, lost this, and now remains on 2 points. And Large joins him. They're 2 of 4 on 2 points in this group. Ashley Coleman and Timothy the Brewer both have 4 points, and one of those is in action next. Coleman takes on Callum Francis.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed Charlie Large pick up his first points of his Group C campaign with a 4-2 win over Jamie Owens. And right now, we've got Ashley Coleman, who's taken on Callum Francis. Bit of a break for Callum in terms of when we've seen him up here last. Had a few games to kind of mull over his last match, and he did lose 4-1 to the Belgian Brewer. One win so far for Francis, and Coleman, I would say, probably got a little bit lucky in his last win over Owens. Owens 3-1 up, and it was just one of those matches that he felt he wasn't in control, he wasn't keeping up in terms of averages and stats, just dug in, found a way, took his chances when they presented themselves, and
26.
Edged him out 4-3.
Yeah, and in our discussions, if any
125.
player were to take the group by the scruff of the neck and run away, we think it might be Ashley Coleman in this group. We could see that come to pass if he wins this game. He'd be the only player after 3 fixtures
97.
to have won all of them.
Yeah, I'd argue that he perhaps hasn't
57.
quite dominated proceedings as such in terms of the results they have gone his way, which is in stark contrast really to his Group A campaign, because he was playing at a really good standard but just wasn't getting the wins. Here both of his matches have gone 4-3 and he's just edged them both.
59.
Just like that should just kind of fill in with a bit of confidence, and could see him running away with the group.
134.
1-2-3 for Francis when he returns after a dozen darts.
140.
Coleman on a slightly more favourable finish. Only 3 points in it, but much easier, much preferred.
Well, I think he heard you. Wanted to leave the 120 himself.
After your car, 120.
Can Coleman claim it? Single. Moving across for the double. And he finds it. Brilliant stuff that from Ashley Coleman. Knew exactly what he needed to do and produced the goods very, very well. And it's all going very, very well for Coleman. That's a breaker throw.
60.
Yeah, opening gambit there from Coleman. 15 dart breaker throw.
100.
I definitely think with Coleman, it's been his doubling success that's really saved him in those earlier 2 matches. He was denied an opportunity in the first couple of legs against Owens at the outer ring. He was 3 from 3 going into the deciding leg.
180.
It's Callum Francis that finds the first 180 of the fixture.
91. 38.
And that, I think, for Francis, that frustration goes back to that initial conversation you had with him about saying his consistency is where the problem has been lying. Go 180, but back it up with just 38.
60.
Yeah, and again, he ends up leaving that 1-2-3, which he found so troublesome in the previous leg. May not even get a look at it anyway, because Coleman's going to have another lob at tops
36.
this time.
Callum
Can't find it. So can Callum Francis at least still have a finish after the first dart this time? He can. Treble 18. Leaves him the ball. And this time, he makes it look as easy as 1-2-3. Well, that's a case of learning from your mistakes, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
$125.
Well, there we see the live table. If Coleman wins this match, he will go to the top.
140.
And both players producing 120-something checkouts in this game.
68. 80. 100. 140.
Yeah, once again, Ashley Coleman making really good inroads into the Francis throw.
134. Ashley Carr, 141.
You can't add the 141 yet to that 120 we saw
94,
in the opening
Colman
leg. So
74.
Francis here, 74 for a 2-1 lead.
Double 10.
Game shown.
Well, this is a quick turnaround, isn't it, from Callum?
Fourth leg Ashley to through first. Game on. $81.
Finishing again has been decent in this game. 2 out of 3 for Francis. 1 out of
58.
2 for Ash Coleman.
$95.
Yeah, so far been a very high quality affair. Coleman averaging just under the 100 mark. Francis
137.
around 92.5.
$81. $99.
He struggled in his last game, did Callum Francis. Beaten 4-1, couldn't find his form, but he'll be thinking it's all coming back to me now.
100.
Nice little Celine Dion reference.
177.
Well, it certainly is.
Ashley Carr, 144.
A Titanic performance.
Yeah, might make Coleman think twice.
55. Callum McCall, 30.
Oh, no.
No score. Ashley Carr, 89.
Well, I don't think he decided to bust it. Oh,
Game shown the
brilliant,
fourth
brilliant
leg,
ball
Ashley Coleman.
from Ashley Coleman, taking out the 89.
Fifth leg Callum to through first. Game on.
We spoke in one of Coleman's earlier matches about the pace, and I think this pace is now kind of that more rapid style that we're used to seeing from Coleman, where he's slightly more free-flowing.
140. $94.
Well, if Callum Francis can win this match, it would mean
60.
that there would only be 2 points separating all 6 players after 9 games have been played.
96.
Yeah, we could be on course perhaps for the stat that you mentioned earlier, where every player in the group
45.
potentially could finish all on the same points.
And it can happen in a 2-day group, of course, because it's an even number of matches. More likely, I would say, in a
91.
Group B. And we were 1 result away from it once. It was a match between Lee Budgeon and Fallon Sherrick. The last game of a Group B campaign. If Budgeon
134.
had won that match, he would have finished top of the table. He lost it and finished bottom. That's how close that group was.
Wow, that hurts, doesn't it?
180. Callum McCall,
Yeah, that
122.
180 may have just hurt Callum Francis. You feel this 1-2-2 has to go. Yeah, they're both there. 7-7.
Well, he's already had a 1-2-3.
Game shown on the fifth.
Now he's
leg,
had a
Callum Francis.
1-2-2. And Coleman's had a 1-2-0. So we're
Six
just
leg
missing a
Ashley to throw first.
1-2-1
Game
for
on.
a straight run here.
In fairness, the 1-2-1 is probably the one that we would practice as dart players more than any other.
180.
And if you stay straight during a leg, you're more likely to leave that, aren't you? A couple of tons from Coleman, and it's on.
140.
Paul Hinks
41.
making a forensic inspection of the board there to see where the darts had landed. I wonder how close he stands to his jigsaws. He's very good at those.
95.
It's sometimes difficult, isn't it? Especially the pace and precision that these players are throwing with, just to see exactly what's been scored.
140.
What a legend, by the way. If you missed it, we recently did a feature-length interview with Paul Hinks talking about his life in darts. And it is available here on the Modus Super
60.
Series YouTube
That's the
channel.
car,
Have a look, maybe, in
140.
between sessions today. Just needing
100.
to lay up and leave tops to force a decider.
$134. Astro car 40.
Yeah, once again, good set-up play for Francis, but it's Coleman who's looking at pin in double 10 and does.
Being shot on the sixth leg, Ashley Coleman.
That's the third match for Coleman and the third one to go the distance.
Seventh and final leg, Callum to through
And
first.
the numbers are
Game on.
excellent. This is a game of the day, isn't it? Statistically, both players hovering around that 100 mark. Francis in the high 90s, Coleman over the ton.
134.
Yeah, and I think the pace of both of them really have kind of been conducive to get the best out of them.
140.
There's no hanging around. There's a real rhythm.
Well, if Coleman wins it, it's an unbeaten start for him. If Francis wins it, then they're all separated by just a
97.
couple of points.
$60.
And it is advantage to Callum Francis at the moment, despite the three-figure average from Ashley Coleman.
100.
Yeah, very little to split the two. But it's Francis here.
95. Cameron Carr,
The first
170.
chance. How to finish.
$83.
Yeah, and that last dart there could prove really important.
56. Cameron Carr, 87.
So, for the victory that would keep this group as tight as possible. Double 18,
Showing
and
match, Callum
Francis finds it. A 4-3 win to inflict the first defeat of the Group C campaign on Ashley Coleman, and that means that there are only 2 points separating all 6 players as Francis joins Coleman and Timothy Brewer on 4 at the end of what was an electrifying encounter. Both players averaging just shy of 99 in that one. 3 180s between them. The finishing was fabulous as well. A 120 from Coleman, a 122 and a 123 from Francis. And that is by far the match of the day. Now then, the Belgian Brewer has the opportunity to pull clear at the top of the table after the break, but Charlie Large could make it 4 on 4 when we return.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. Had 26 180s in total last night, I think. Might get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match.
It's incredible.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating and Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one in the opening game. Like buses. This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can require 141.
Go on, Conor Heenan.
Conor Heenan.
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series in this really closely contested Group C, where we've seen 9 of today's 15 fixtures already, and the last one, Callum Francis's 4-3 win against Ashley Coleman in what, it has to be said, was a great game of darts, means that all of the players are really bunched up in the league table. 4 points for Francis Coleman and the league leader, Timothy Brewer, and 2 points for Bradley Coleman, Jamie Owens, and Charlie Large, who is currently at the bottom of the table, playing the player at the top, but will go tied on points with him if he can beat him in this one and make it back-to-back wins. And if he does that, then it will remain the case that every single player is separated by just 2 points. Laura, we said it would be tight, and it has certainly played out that way.
Yeah, it's quite nice when we predict something and it actually happens. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think the Brewer, for me, he's been very consistent, shown some real signs of, what he can actually do on the oche. Hence why he finds himself at the top of the table. But as you say, there is very little between them all. And Charlie Large finally got some points to his name with that 4-2 victory over Jamie Owens.
First leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes players just need that wind under their belt. Just pushes them on throughout the rest of the day.
100. $140. 100.
Well, the thing we predicted was that we couldn't predict anything, so I'm not sure that's the win that we think it is, Laura, but we'll take it.
I'll take the little wins where I can find them.
Well, this would be a big win for Brewer in particular. Waiting for somebody to
180.
extend a lead at the top of the table. Coleman couldn't do it in the previous match when he faced Francis, so now the Brewer has the opportunity to do that himself. We're at that point of the day, really, where we're going to see one or two things. We're either going to see everybody remain in contention or maybe a separation straight down the middle of this group. 1-2-1.
96.
To go with the 1-20, the 1-2-2 and the 1-2-3 we had in the previous match.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that 1-2-1.
60. Timothy Carr, 25.
Yeah, the way the fixtures are in this round of fixtures, the top 3 play the bottom 3, so we're either going to see them all group up together or potentially
Charlie Carr,
a bit of a gap as we go into our final round of games.
Yeah, but Brewer there just made a little bit of a mess of the 25 attempt, but
58.
Large not able to
25.
find the 150, so a second chance here.
8 is a choice.
9.
But it's a chance for Charlie. Now he's got a choice to make. Treble 20 or the bull.
Yeah, aggressive and finds the treble 20. Charlie just making sure it's in.
$76. Timothy Carr, 16.
He'll be annoyed there, having given himself the 2 darts at double, not to have hit one of the Brewer. Does manage to hold on to his throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Notice from time to time Charlie Large does need to have a good look at the board to check that his darts are in.
56.
You do find though with some players, obviously it might just be that Charlie couldn't see it was in, but if they need glasses, for example, to
22.
kind of help with that, a lot of players, they find that quite a big adjustment to play with glasses on.
58.
Yeah, they don't like wearing them, do they? We've seen some players really struggle with that adjustment. High profile. Gary Anderson at first had to change his throw, didn't he? Curtail the pullback because it came pretty much right into his eye socket. Not struggling too much now.
57. 57. 90.
Yeah, second maxi there for the Brewer. In a leg that he wasn't really in contention, but back comes Charlie Large.
140.
Masters the 140.
Charlie Car 100.
Lovely dart. Is it going to be the same scenario as the previous leg? Not this time. He hits. He squares up the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
We've seen plenty of good finishes today, haven't we? That's a department where all the players seem to be performing well.
Yeah, we really have. Yet to see a big fish today, but I'm hopeful.
Might go the chippy in between sessions.
57.
Suppose if Charlie were to take it out, it'd be the
97.
large fish, wouldn't it?
It would be. I don't know what you think, but the landscape for darts at the moment very much favours a kind of loud, bright shirt. And I think these are some of the most subdued tops that I have seen in recent times.
140.
Yeah, true.
You've got to remember, like last week we had Devon Peterson, so you needed sunglasses.
And Stowe Bunce.
Of course.
In the same week.
Yeah.
Well, he's out of the black and into the red there.
55. Tip of the car 24. Game shot on the third leg.
And again, another little spell from the Brewer. Suddenly he can just turn it on, can't he? 180, double hit. But he finds that zone.
Through first. Game on.
He can produce really good stuff.
What I have noticed when he has found that kind of really strong leg, we saw him hit an 11 dart early on, hasn't been able to back it up the leg after, just lets it slip away. I think this is going to be quite key.
They've both got a little bit of sparkle
85.
about them, haven't they? One of Timothy's sponsor patches is shining, and I'm going to give Charlie his credit. Some funky trainers he's got on there. Snazzy sneakers from Charlie Large.
180.
Yeah, snazzy sneakers and some snazzy darts there too.
100.
Yeah, look at those. Good effort.
Yeah, that's kind of the evolution, isn't it? We've all seen
93.
personalised dart shirts, how they've evolved over the years. Shoes is very much something that we pick up on here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I blame Paul Nicholson. He's always got an eye for the attire.
Charlie car 88. $37.
Well, he was just trying to hit a single there. Single 20 to leave double 16. He's going to have to waste a dart to get there now.
Shadow car 51.
Probably closer to the treble 20 than he would have wanted, but the result is good for Charlie Large in the end. Yeah, a level game.
First. Game on. $30. $99. $140.
Another close contest.
I feel that's going to be the theme throughout Group C as we move forward.
Yeah, it's an important one though, because if Charlie loses it, he'll feel like he's behind the 8 ball somewhat. And if Timothy wins it, then he will be the player to catch in this group.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with the 180 hitting for Brewer. 4th of this match.
132. Timothy car 151.
That's a good response from Large, even though it hasn't left a finish. It keeps him in the rearview mirror of his opponent.
93.
Yeah, great setup play. Just taps on the shoulder here of Brewer.
So a dart at tops.
38.
And Large, with that setup, not just that, but the last 6 darts really, has put himself in a great chance here. And he takes tops himself, and now Large leads and has the darts to win the match.
6-leg Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And a decent game it's been as well. Laura just mentioned those 4 maximums in the game from Timothy the Brewer.
125.
He's, for the most part, finding the big numbers.
100. $93. $40.
Yeah, really untimely bounce out there for Brewer. You really feel Large is on the charge. You can sense that finish line.
134.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time here. At least 2 visits to convert 149. And it'll be the result that keeps the group as tight as it could be. And we could still get to the end of this round of fixtures with every single player on the same number of points.
Yeah, it really is possible.
135. Shadow car 49.
He's got a little lucky there by missing the 20. It doesn't matter in the end. It's a 4-2 win for Charlie Large. It does get this group really, really closely bunched up, because he now moves on to 4 points, along with the man he's just beaten, Ashley Coleman as well, and Callum Francis. And Bradley Colman and Jamie Owens remain on 2, but if they win their next games, then we'll have every single player deadlocked on the same number of points. A decent game that averages north of 90 for both men, but Large, with that superior checkout success from the same number of attempts, manages to cross the line and get the win. Coming up next then, Coleman takes on Colman. 5 fixtures left to play this afternoon here under the lights at the Live Lounge, where the Modus Super Series is in full swing, and the Prince of Darkness is hoping to turn the lights out on his opponent here, Bradley Coleman. But a win for Coleman, as we were discussing before the break, would see 5 players move on to 4 points, and Jamie Owens would have the chance to make it all 6 in the game that follows. However, just like in his previous game, Ashley Coleman gets a chance to be the outright league leader after Timothy Brewer just passed up that opportunity, beaten 4-2 by Charlie Large. And today has been, well, maximum effort for Coleman. Every single one of his 3 fixtures has gone to a last leg decider, winning 2, losing the other. What are you expecting from this one? Or is that a daft question today?
I think it is. If I'm honest, no. I think for me it kind of depends on the version of Coleman that turns up. We saw him in his second fixture have that 4-0 whitewash over Charlie
59.
Large. At that time, it was statistically the best performance of the day as well. But we've also seen Coleman really struggle pulling them into the ones. So I think if he can find anything around the 90 mark,
59.
he's going to cause a whole world of trouble for Ashley Coleman, because we just haven't seen the heights from Coleman either.
140.
I was wondering if he was going to suggest you were speaking too soon there. 140 will do very nicely, though. It was a really good game, to be fair,
43.
against Francis a couple of games ago. Both of them averaging about 99 in that one. Showed the levels
55.
that both players can achieve. Francis earlier today has been down in the 70s, and that one up near 100.
41.
And I guess a week for Ashley Coleman, which possibly has left him scratching his head slightly. His Group A campaign, he produced statistically some fantastic performances, but didn't pick up the wins, didn't pick up the points. And the games where he hasn't quite played as well has picked up the points today. And the game that he's played exceptionally, and as you mentioned,
83.
didn't pick up the points.
Asuka 107.
That's darts, isn't it? This is darts.
87.
Oh, delightful darts, but then disappointing dart from Ashley Coleman, who wasn't far away, but it didn't go in the double. And now Coleman can try and leave a finish. Are they both in?
I think it's there.
Wow.
Asuka 20.
Well, I can't think of anything small enough to describe how closely they were
Finish on the
bunched,
first
but
leg, Ashley Coleman.
in the end it's in vain as Coleman claims a leg.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
That's up there with the best grouping I've ever seen. I'm going to steal a phrase from the late great Sid Waddell there and say that he put them on a fly's dandruff.
60.
Oh, you might have to give me a minute, hang on.
140. $96. 45. Sorry, 48.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can think of anything smaller.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to accept that somebody's said it better than you ever
140.
will and just blatantly plagiarise it. Although, credit given.
$121.
Well, talking about credit given, you have to credit Coleman here, who's made a blistering start to
42.
the match. Fluffed his line slightly there.
Oh, overreached a bit there and felt the pain. But it makes me start to wonder if
22.
those darts in the one are actually because he doesn't completely follow through because he's worried about whatever pain. I mean, we've given so many theories, only he will know.
44.
But we did see a wince before that and then maybe just didn't force the darts as purposefully as he usually would. And in fact, every dart since. Every single dart since.
61. Asuka
You understand if he just
135.
opts to move away from that whole target.
70.
Will he opt to move away again?
Yeah, it does.
9.
Different
That's
outcome.
O'Connor, 65.
Double top.
25. $78. Ashley Carr, 40. Game shot on the second leg, Ashley Coleman.
Yeah, nicely taken there from Coleman in the end. 2-0 in his favour.
Third leg, Ashley did through first. Game on.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be the one who is going to assert
177.
himself at the top of the table. Carries on this fantastic display with a 177 start in leg 3. Colman has to hit back in kind. Can't.
100.
I'm just trying to look at the body language of Colman. Even that ton, he's dropped his head. But you can understand why, because this is a barrage coming from Colman.
It is an absolute barrage of brilliance. That is 100% correct. It's 177, followed by 180 to leave 144 for a 9-darter.
Yeah, not to beat. Still a job to do in this leg. Just looking to tee up.
58.
I think he wanted that, didn't he?
I think he did. I think we did.
He's got plenty of followers across social media. I think he would have broken sections of the internet had he produced perfection. Bullseye.
Game shot
Well,
on the
that
third
is
leg.
unorthodox
Ashley
from
Coleman.
Ashley Coleman. Didn't get the 9-darter, but did produce a bit of a fancy finish there. And Bradley looks a little bit bemused by that.
Yeah, not what I was expecting, but very well executed.
Hasn't allowed Colman a dart at a double yet in this contest.
Yeah, in terms of results today, we've only seen the 1-4-0, and that actually went the way of Colman over Charlie Large. Colman now staring at a 4-0 defeat.
60.
And he was beaten 4-0 by Ashley Coleman on Tuesday this week as well. Got his revenge actually yesterday when he beat Coleman 4-1, and he also beat him on Monday. So they've taken it in turns, but both of Coleman's wins could be whitewash wins.
$83. $81.
Well, Colman so far just got the edge and seems to be finding that treble bed more regularly in this leg.
180.
Yeah, there the iconic 180 call from Paul Hinks.
59. Front of the car, 98.
What are we calling game shot? Well, he's not going to be because he's not going for it.
64.
What's he doing? I'm assuming it was not a miscount but a misfire there. Single 18 would have left double 10. Instead, it's double 17.
Game shot on the
maybe he
fourth
did
leg.
mean
Bradley
it. Who
Coleman.
knows?
The lesser spotted double 17.
Fifth leg, Ashley to through first. Game on.
Well, just stops that run of legs that Coleman's on.
100.
Yeah, never seen that before. Somebody split double 19 to leave double 17.
Yeah, I think the head in hands that immediately followed from Coleman probably tells you what you need to know, but didn't pan out too badly in the end.
57. $43. $121.
So remaining fixtures after this, Jamie Owens taking on Callum Francis. Then Coleman will meet the Brewer. Francis
60.
will face Large, and Coleman will take on Owens in the last match of this session. But don't forget, it's not the only session today. 10 p.m.
93.
tonight, Group B gets underway. And we have a great field for you, featuring Rob Collins, Tom Sykes, Joe Mern, Daniel Larson and Victor Tingström. This game will be over, though, if Coleman can take out the 130.
58. Asuka 130.
Well, decided to stay there.
120.
No real rhyme or reason for that.
No, didn't have to. And left himself on double 5. It's just one of those doubles. If you start splitting and chasing around the board, it can become awkward.
83. Asuka 10.
Straight for it, straight in it.
On the match,
And
Ashley
that is the
Coleman.
win that sees Ashley Coleman make his way to the top of the table with 3 wins out of his 4 fixtures today. Bradley Coleman's had the exact reverse of that record. 1 win from his 4. They both will play again, but Coleman will go into his clash with Timothy the Brewer at the peak of the pile after a 4-1 success over Coleman. And that is going to come up after the next match, which is Jamie Owens against Callum Francis.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. John about there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a key favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. Stops the match.
fun, and Steve West.
Steve West and Dance for Fun!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we have 4 fixtures left to fulfill in this closely contested Group C. The next is a meeting between Callum Francis and Jamie Owens, a chance for Owens to join Francis on 4 points. In fact, Jamie Owens, who not too long ago was missing match darts to go to the top of the table, starts this match at the bottom of the table. Favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown as well, so he will feel he really needs to get out today with at least another couple of wins, and he's got 2 matches to do that, taking on Francis and Coleman. But Francis showed in his previous match how high his ceiling is, played really well in a 4-3 win against the man who's now top of the table, Ashley Coleman.
Yeah, just wondering if Francis has just started to play himself into the form that would have led to victories on the WDF scene.
$97.
Yeah, for Owens, it was a solid start. He got that opening 4-3 victory, the lone victory for him for today. It all just kind of unravelled slightly
60.
against Ashley Coleman, a game that he dominated. He was, he raced into a 3-1 lead and just let it slide past and didn't quite recover in the next match. So
41.
needs to find a way to just kind of rekindle that opening performance.
Just while you mentioned the WDF scene, just do want to send our best wishes to our colleague Matthew Edgar,
59,
who's released a statement on X today. I'll read it out. Unfortunately, my injury has reared its ugly head again. The issue started during last week's World Masters. This means I have to take it easy for the next 4 to 6 weeks. With Lakeside on the horizon,
36.
I will ensure every moment I can play will purely be in preparation for that event. So unfortunately, I've pulled out of the Modus Super Series and all of the matches beforehand. So we won't be seeing prime time on the stage in this series.
43.
But we wish him well, and you certainly will be seeing him on your screen and hearing from him in the commentary box.
$42.
I think it's something that's quite overlooked, especially in a sport like darts, that carrying one of those kind of reoccurring or niggling injuries, it's really, really difficult.
43.
Something that's, I don't know if players just sort of played so much less before that it wasn't a problem, or just played through things a lot
45.
more at the expense of their long-term careers. But something that's become much more prominent now in darts, isn't it? Injury.
You could probably argue that there is a lot more darts. We comment on it
140.
quite regularly with the ADC. You've got Challenge Tour, Pro Tour. You've obviously got, for those top players, you've got the Pro Tour events coupled with the majors.
140.
Yeah, it's just kind of managing your time and your health at the same time.
$58. Jamie O'Connell,
So
100.
first go finish here, 100 for Jamie Owens. Went for tops.
36. Cameron O'Connell, 98.
Well, I think there's maybe a mistake there as well. He's not guaranteed 2 darts a double. In fact, he's not guaranteed any, because Callum Francis could hit this and has hit
on the
it.
first leg, Callum Francis.
And breaks throwing leg 1, and it's all looking very heavy weather for Jamie Owens at the
Second leg,
moment.
Callum to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, real shake of the head. He knows that was a really big opportunity, and it's just not firing
60.
for him yet. Goes back to what we were talking about right at the kind of beginning of this group, because when you've come here on debut as a real rank outsider, and then you produce a performance over a few days that actually sees you top in Group 8, as Jamie Owens did, when you come back again, you're trying to replicate what you've done before, and there's just that different kind of pressure, that performance pressure that you didn't have the first time round. It's gone from being the
100.
outsider in a group to now coming into this group as the favourite.
Yeah, that's the price you pay for performing well, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
59.
We are going to find out tonight as well who will be in the lineup for
97.
next week. Do join us from 10 p.m. I know a lot of viewers really look forward to that reveal. Let me see if I can give you any little teasers.
134, Jim DeCar, 170. $134.
All I'm going to say is hair. That's
60,
the clue.
Jim DeCar, 36.
Yeah, I can see why.
Well, Jamie Owens is going to be tearing his hair out in a moment. Everything going wrong for him, and you just get the feeling that when it rains, it pours. Treble 20 would have left the ball. Owens
44.
has a decision to make. Straight for the dodgy double 9, or does he split?
Yeah, looking like straight for it.
Game shot on the second
Pans
leg,
out to
Jamie
be the right
Owens.
choice.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first.
Very animated, isn't he? Jamie Owens. Callum Francis was just watching, grinning as Owens was doing that jack-in-the-box routine on his return.
80. $81. $97.
Yeah, good switch there from Jamie Owens.
$180.
Yeah, but much better there from Callum Francis. First 180 of the match.
Not that he's showing any signs of it, but he probably will be kicking himself as well, because until that point of hitting the 180, he was playing nowhere near the level he did in his previous game.
81.
And that slip means he's not on a finish. That could be absolutely crucial in this leg.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the reaction from Francis
90
kind of said it all.
$43.
And the last dart is a stray one. Owens won't be taking this out, but he could be back.
76. Colin McCarr, 116.
Yeah, needs treble 20, finds it, double 18.
98. Jim McCarr, 60. Game show on the third leg, Jamie Owens.
Well manoeuvred that from Owens. No reaction from Francis.
First. Game on.
He's just ready and focused on the next leg.
$119. $140.
You could probably say this about quite a lot of the games today, but you get the feeling it's one of these fixtures that both players have gone into thinking this is theirs to take based on what they've seen throughout the day. I mean, Francis, as we say, has really played himself into some form, which culminated in that 4-3 victory over Coleman.
59.
Owens, for me, has just lacked that consistency that we saw from him last time.
$140.
Really good leg of darts put together here by Francis. 119, 134, and 140.
96. Colin McCarr, 108.
Can't quite cap it off with 108, but he will return with 3 clear darts at double 16. I think that lack of consistency is shown in how many stray darts he's had as well, Laura. We've seen quite a few of those
44.
from Jamie Owens.
Colin McCarr, 32.
And he's got the maths wrong as well there, giving Francis more
Game shown
darts
the
at
fourth
double.
leg, Colman
Had he have
Francis.
needed them, it turned out he didn't. He ties it up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
At the end of the day, you know, the people that play in this sport, it's human. You get a human error, but it's good to see, obviously, Owens there just trying to smile it off.
140.
Yeah, he was just asking himself where his head's at, wasn't he?
58.
After misfiring, then miscounting. But so often I've seen players start to write themselves off on the Thursday.
121.
It's not my day, and they start sort of taking less care with the darts, and then they have a decent Friday but just fall short. It's not just about what you do on the last day. These last couple of matches
60.
could be pivotal for Jamie Owens, and he has to make sure. I think he needs to win at least one. If he wins two, then he's going to be firmly in the race.
121.
Agreed. And I mean, he's shaking his head. He's demanding perfection of himself, but he's put together a very good leg after the disappointment
57.
of the leg before. 140,
119.
121, 121.
$99.
That's a great dart. He's been very good at that. When the dart's below and it looks like it's blocking, he finds a way so well.
96. Jim McCarr 20. Game shot
That's
the
a
fifth by
really
Jimmy
well
Owens.
thrown last dart. Sometimes there's an argument of kind of throwing it a bit too close
Six
to
by
the
Colman
wire
to throw
when
first.
you're going for a
Game on.
double, but adjusted very well.
It's been a battling performance from Owens, but he is now
85.
one away from what would be his second win.
You would say a win here for
60.
Owens. It just keeps the group very tight, very interesting indeed.
But you just know by the movement, if he wins this match, he's going to be third in the table. He was bottom before a dart
100.
was thrown. Callum Francis is currently fourth. He'd be down to sixth. He'd be down to fifth.
40.
Bradley Colman, of course, still has 2 points. He'll hope to change that when he plays Owens himself in the last game of the day. But if Owens were to lose this game, you start to think he's then praying that Coleman beats the Brewer and goes away and they all battle it out for second place tomorrow.
100. Cameron McCarr 136.
Yeah, I think if I was a player in the back, I don't actually know what result, you know, you can only control your own results, but you can hope people do you
96.
favours. And I don't know really what would be the biggest favour for this group at the moment.
Well, the big favour for Owens at the moment would be Francis messing this
60.
up somehow, but you
Cameron
need to mess
McCarr,
it up
40.
several times. Does have the insurance of the throw in the decider, of course.
Game shot on the
Now,
sixth leg. Callum
that
Francis.
is where we are for the third time in 4 matches.
Seventh final leg. Jamie to throw
Jamie
first.
Owens finds himself in a last leg shootout.
Yeah, it's been a real battle between these two.
96.
Both have shown quite a bit of dominance on their own throat, perhaps not so much against the darts.
100. 100.
Very similar levels of performance, averaging both in the mid-80s. Both got exactly the same success rate on the doubles, 3 out of 8, meaning they've both had the same number of
140.
opportunities. That's a sublime visit.
162.
Francis had just kind of taken the advantage there, and Owens has taken it back with that shot.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how it can change a match.
140. Jim McCarr,
But that's a superb reply from Callum Francis.
Who would you rather be? 1-4-3 and throwing, or 1-2-1 and waiting? Well, you know now. Oh, what an end that would have been.
127. Callum
It would
Francis
have been
requires
1-6-2 followed by
121.
1-4-3. Instead, he's hoping that Francis can't claim 1-2-1.
Yeah, and he can't. So Jamie Owens
57.
back for double 8.
Car 16.
To lift himself off the foot of the table. Remember, he was favourite before a dart was thrown today. He's stranded at the bottom at the moment. He does not like that lie. But he finds a way in the end, and Jamie Owens has liftoff. The hard-fought victory over Callum Francis, who played more than his part in that match. But it was that 6-start surge at the end when he hit a 162, missed double 16 for the 143, but then returned to land the remaining double 8. With the last dart in hand to get the victory that sees him move onto 4 points, and things are looking a lot brighter now, just 2 points off the top, and the man at the top, Ashley Coleman, is in action next against second place Timothy Brewer.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B only contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just 3 more tungsten tussles for you on this afternoon's menu. And it's been a really close-fought group. Ashley Coleman, though, is the player at the top of it, and he's hoping to extend that lead. And you can see there, if he can win this match over his closest rival, Timothy Brewer, then he'll extend the lead by 4 points, which is a really healthy lead overnight in this group. If Brewer wins, then there'll be 2 at the top come the end of play, or there could be even more than that in that case, because we'll see Charlie Large and Callum Francis go head-to-head, and Jamie Owens will have the chance to get to 6 points himself when he plays bottom-placed Bradley Colman. So I think this is a huge, huge match, particularly for Coleman. If he wins it, then he basically says tomorrow to the rest of the field, catch me if you can.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting dynamic, isn't it? For purely selfish reasons, I quite like how tight this group is. So a win here for the Brewer just makes things just that extra bit of interest, that bit more interesting going into tomorrow. But as you say, for Coleman, it just feels very important.
But look at someone like Jamie Owens, who a moment ago was bottom of the table. If the Brewer does win this,
First leg Ashley through first.
Owens could end up joint top.
Game on.
That's how close the group has been all the way through. But I just feel like Coleman's found something in the second half of today.
140.
Got the 4-1 against Bradley Colman in his last match, and he was very good in defeat to Callum Francis in the game before it.
60.
Yeah, indeed, standout match of the day. Francis versus Coleman, just shy of a ton average
122
for Coleman in that defeat.
$100.
I think for Brewer, the thing that I've noticed throughout the day, he has got these levels that he can find, but just can't do it on a kind of consistent basis. We've seen the 11 data, the 13 data, some big finishes, but then can't really back it up. If he can find that recipe, then he's going to be a danger to everyone.
81.
Now, what it does do is it makes his opponents aware that even in a situation like that, 3-4-1, and you're below 200, he's never really
100.
out of a leg, is he? He can find a 6-start spurt from nowhere.
$100. Asuka 80.
Yeah, single for tops.
40. Timothy Carr 160.
Yeah, second up, which is a bit awkward for Coleman there.
Is this the 6-start spurt we were talking about? 100 to leave 160?
120.
Well, that was a flyer.
Game show the first leg.
Coleman capitalises 1-0.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
And should he go on to win this match, this would be the situation overnight. Coleman would have a 4-point lead over the Brewer, but Jamie Owens
60.
could get to 6. And one of Charlie Large or Callum Francis will get to 6.
91.
They're both on 4 points in 4th and 5th in the table. So even with victory here, Coleman's not going to be sitting as pretty as he might think.
140.
No, it does give him that slight advantage, but we've seen, unless you can pull away by a good few points in Group C, especially, we've seen people get caught.
$100.
Nicely done.
180.
First of the match. If Coleman's in the mood, you just get the sense he could dismiss any
91.
opponents very
Asuka
quickly.
105.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's probably why we
Game show the
tipped
second leg.
him
Ashley Coleman.
to get through this group as he pins the 105 for a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
He's just one of those competitors who's kind of been to the Super Series and
140.
proven time and time again that, he's just, when he's on form, he's very, very difficult to beat.
100. $97.
You've got to say as well, Timothy Brewer from Belgium, there's a real buzz around darts in Belgium at the moment. I regularly get a phone call from a sports journalist over there who, just wants to talk darts because that's just becoming bigger and bigger.
140.
I'm pretty sure the recent Grand Prix win for Mike De Decker will go a long way to helping that.
There they are, a proud darting nation.
60. Asuka 124.
And I think every country has been helped by the raise in profile of darts over the last 12 months. Now Coleman looking at the ball. He's raising his profile today, isn't he? It's a dozen dart leg for Ashley Coleman, who's producing by far the performance of the day. Look at that, 112.73.
59.
And despite a really good showing from Timothy the Brewer. He's actually more than 20 points behind in that average.
Yeah, absolutely. 46. Amazing stuff from Coleman. I think you called it earlier, Murph. You said he seems to have just found something in the back end of this afternoon session.
Yeah, really has. And he'll be really pleased with his day's work.
140.
What he is doing is going for his shot, evidenced by that 1-2-4 checkout. Whether his opponent's on the finish or not, Ashley Coleman is going to go for whatever he's left. We saw it in a 130 earlier, didn't we? Treble 20, treble 20 when his opponent wasn't on the finish.
60.
And I think from players, that's a real sign of confidence. You think it's going to go.
57.
So you go for it.
Could finish in style with a 1-2-9 as well. And it's not just the performance of the day, this is the performance of the week.
129.
Oh, he would have had a pot shot at the bullseye had he found the treble 20. Now he's hoping to return, as the Belgian has a couple of darts at double himself.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Timothy the Brewer.
And he does rescue the situation. Boy, Ashley Coleman will have to wait to cross that line, but still averaging well in excess of 100.
72.
Yeah, speaking about Belgian darts and the interest over there, but it was interesting talking to Daniel Larsson earlier in the week when I asked him about how popular darts was in Sweden at the moment.
45.
With the success of Andreas Harrison here at the Modus Super Series, and he actually said it is very popular, but the press
134.
talk only about Luke Littler, not about the Swedish darts players.
Yeah, he really has kind of
28.
Stolen the imagination of darting fans and sport fans across the globe. And I guess that kind of goes to the raised profile that you mentioned. I've got friends 60. That regularly come to the Ali Pally and just can't get their hands on tickets. They're completely sold out for the sessions they want.
121.
Well, you can get your hands on tickets for the Super Series. Don't worry about that. We'll give you the details in the next game. Have to say, I haven't seen the Brewer throw with less intensity as he has done in the last leg and a half of this match. Just chucking them, isn't he? Caught in the whirlwind here.
54.
Coleman again opting to go for the bullseye on 79, a finish where he didn't need to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the right way to go, but it's what he's comfortable with.
Double 4, double 2.
23.
It doesn't seem right for him to end this match on double 1.
Well, he will have the chance to. Bit of a misfire there from Brewer.
26.
Complete personality change here from Brewer, throwing his darts away and reacting. We haven't seen that all week.
No score.
But he could yet be winning.
2.
Yeah, went for the ball, couldn't find it. So once again, Coleman back for the match. Needs double 1.
Well, it was a really, really good performance until he started missing these match darts. But he has hit in the end. Coleman makes it 4 from 5, and he is the player to catch in this group. A 4-1 success for Ashley Coleman against Timothy the Brewer. Very happy with his day's work. The 1-2-4 was a standout moment in the match. The average, that doesn't really show you how good that performance was, because he did miss a bucket load of darts in that final leg at double. But he does have a very good day. His bidding is done for the day. He's going to be in a strong position tomorrow, trying to move within 2 points of him are Callum Francis and Charlie Large, who are up next.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West Zach takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velsen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velsen!
Yeah, welcome back to the penultimate match in today's Group C. And we will see Callum Francis take on Charlie Large. Both players have won 2 out of their 4 matches so far today. Both players are on 4 points, but that will change. They're 4th and 5th in the table at the moment, but a win for either of those will move them on 6 points and into 2nd. It's that tight in this group at the moment. It's all change. For me, this is another really, I'm going to keep saying it, this is another really, really tight match. We've seen moments of brilliance from both players, and we've seen them falter as well. So we've seen a lot of 4-3 results, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is another one that goes the distance.
What's even more remarkable is if you look at the leg difference between the players from 2nd to 6th, there's only 1 leg between them. Now, yes, Bradley Coleman has fewer points, but the Brewer, Owens, Large and Francis all have the same number of points, separated by a single leg. And Coleman also a -2, ahead of his curtain closer against Jamie Owens. There could be so much
42.
shuffling of the pack before the end of the day, even though there are only 2 matches left.
$55.
Last week we had a Freaky Friday in Group B. We might get one in Group C this time around.
57.
I think what's good for the players, even at this stage, Coleman, who's got that 1 game left, although he's only had the 1 win so far, if he can pick up a win in the next one, you know, every player really is
99.
still very, very much in contention for those top 2 spots.
$85. $125.
Bit of frustration not to fit it up there, but even more frustration that the wayward dart has left him on a bogey.
100. $122. Callum McCarworth, 77.
Great set-up play there for Charlie Large, but it's Francis who has the first poke here. 18 for tops.
Game show on the first
Yeah,
leg.
77. Well taken there for Callum Francis.
Something like Charlie to throw first. Game on.
So Charlie Large in the background, probably a little bit disappointed that he didn't get the opportunity to get back to the oche. That 1-2-5, as you mentioned, Chris just left him on a bogey finish, set up really well, but never got back to the oche.
Well, we're going to show you how interesting things could be in this group. That is the
97.
in-play table as things stand. Note the position of Callum Francis. And if Charlie Large wins this leg, we'll show it you again.
57. 96. 57.
Ashley Coleman knows his position. He will be top when play resumes tomorrow. But interestingly, he's not going to play till the third match, so there is the chance that somebody could have caught him up by then.
100.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable too soon in this group.
97. 100. Charlie Car 150.
So 150 the target. Now then, does he stay there or is it treble 18? Did stay there. Fancied joining it.
98. Callum McCarr 108.
We've seen a few big checkouts from Callum Francis. Won't be adding the 108 to that.
84. Charlie McCarr 52.
So Large to level. And does level.
Shot on the second leg, Charlie Large.
And it's all square in this contest. Now remember I said Callum Francis,
Callum to through first. Game
after winning that first leg, was in second place in the table. Well, now he's not even in vision in the top three. He's actually
83.
dropped to fifth in the in-play table now. Timothy the Brewer returning to second spot. So note that, and if Large wins this leg, we'll show it you again.
83.
Yeah, stats-wise at this early stage, there's very little to separate the pair. Both averaging around 90. Both 100% on the checkouts as well.
43.
One thing you have to give Charlie Large enormous credit for is the fact that he lost his first two matches today. Well, this would be a brilliant bounce back if he were to pick up 6 points.
59.
Well, they do say sometimes it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Although, to be fair, if you can start well,
60.
finish well, it just makes everything so much easier.
It certainly does, and he will be hoping. He needs a break in this game at some point if he is to win it and be the one to make it 3 wins from 5.
41.
Of course, all the order of play is reversed for tomorrow. So the players that beat him today won't play until his last 2 matches.
91.
Miss Bullseye for Callum Francis. Treble 20 leaves a finish.
65. Callum McCarr 25.
So Francis here with a bit of time. Double 8.
17.
Interesting that. I thought that second dart, that dart double 8 was a bit of a blocker, but he decided not to move.
100. Callum McCarr 8.
Double 4 then to regain the lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
Just
Callum
slides
Francis.
it in off the barrel.
Fourth leg Charlie to through first. Game on.
Went for a big treble in every section there, but could not quite complete it.
$60. 96.
Yeah, this game's got a real kind of back and forth feel to it. Charlie once again making very good
57.
inroads into the leg where he's got the darts.
$60. 58. $28.
Yeah, Large making a bit of a mess of that. Francis yet to actually find the treble bed in this leg.
43. $96.
Well, a well-timed treble from Charlie Large to leave himself on 86.
125. Charlie got 86.
But that puts Francis on a finish as well, albeit a big one. But it might make Charlie... I was going to say it might make him go for a single for the bull, but he had other ideas and he pulled that off perfectly.
They play Callum to through first. Game on.
Yeah, really confident to finish there for Charlie Large.
Exactly the word I would have used, because he definitely looked to see what Callum Francis was on and thought, you know what, I'm going to hit this anyway, treble to double.
Yeah, we just didn't fancy Callum actually hitting the 158 if he missed. Either way, panned out well.
58.
So we've seen in the previous match, Ashley Coleman deciding that he's always going to go for the bull when his opponent's not on a finish. And in this match, Charlie Large declining the bull when his opponent is on a finish.
Oh, to delve deeper into the mind of a dart player, right?
120.
And it just makes no sense, does it? Before that 125 set up for that 158, Callum Francis could not hit a treble for love nor money. No, don't try to catch a dart. Don't be silly now. Anyway, he's left 158 again. Will he take it? Don't try it at home, kids.
58.
It's just that kind of natural reaction, isn't it? But yeah, not recommended.
There was a player, didn't there? Was it
94.
Zoran Lurchback who did it rather stylishly at the World Championship in his practice starts? Just chucked it up in the air and caught it before throwing it.
It's got to be a well-practiced skill if you can do it without
64.
stabbing yourself, injuring yourself.
Can he injure Charlie Large's chances here? One dart at tops.
44. Charlie Carr.
Well, you said, Laurie, you fancied a large fish. Here it comes.
There's still time. There's still time, but yes.
134.
Despite not hitting it, great setup play once again for Charlie Large. But will he get an opportunity back?
Just puts pressure on his opponent, doesn't it? But he's utilised that marker to the right of the double, exactly like he did on that double four. And Callum Francis now one leg away from being the one that moves to 6 points, 2 off the top.
Yeah, and a slight shake of the head there for Charlie Large. I think
100.
He obviously feels good up there on the stage, feels that this is one that he should be winning, and it's an important one. Both will be more than aware that this will put them on 6 points, 3 wins, and put them second in the table.
Yeah, and they know how important that can be, what difference it can make tomorrow.
57.
If you're on 4 points, you're probably going to have to win all your games, maybe 4 out of 5, and then hope. But if you're on 6 points, it just gives you that little bit more margin for error on Friday.
And if you kind of finish the day and you're in that position that, in first or second position, you come back the next day, it just gives you that extra bit of buzz, that bit of confidence.
Ashley Coleman will feel he's done most of his bidding today. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. It's a kind of group where you can probably get through on 12 points, so he might just be a couple
98.
of wins away tomorrow. But still none the wiser as to knowing who will be closest to him.
56. Charlie O'Carr 106.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate dart there for Charlie Large. So just going to try and tee up and over adjust. So 98 left.
26. Charlie O'Carr 132.
Bull 32. There's one bull. And it looked like a really inviting guide.
125.
So inviting, he's hit it again.
Charlie O'Carr 80.
Finds the treble 20, so double 10 the target, double 5.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And there we are back at a level match. Another one goes the distance.
7th and final leg. Callum to through first. Game on.
Good game. But who will be the victor?
60.
Yeah, seventh match of the day where we have seen a last leg shootout.
57.
In the context of this match, everything really has gone with throw so far. Something that Charlie Large will want to turn around.
96.
Still can't call it.
97.
Now it's one of those edgy, tense legs, isn't it? Where you just feel the relief from the player if they just get the one treble.
Or 2.
100.
Or even 3. His ecstasy. Tell you what, though, that was needed.
60.
Charlie Large taking the advantage, looking to set something up.
57.
It's in the balance. But that is a wayward one. Remains in
81.
Charlie Large's gift.
Charlie
That
O'Carr
last
won
start, though,
11.
gives hope to Callum Francis. All the ones, then, to get the win. Big dart, big moment. Is it a big miss?
Charlie O'Carr 107.
Could prove costly. Needed the treble 17, so a let off here for Large.
So Charlie Large, who lost his first
Charlie O'Carr 20.
2 matches today, takes aim at double 10 to make it 3 wins on the spin. And he nails it last start in hand. That is huge for Large. A big win that sees him lift himself from being down at the bottom of the table in the doldrums earlier in the day to getting a victory and moving himself now to 2nd place. He's on 6 points, 2 off the top, where Ashley Coleman sits on 8, and the chasing pack behind him, Timothy the Brewer, Jamie Owens and Callum Francis, a man who's just beaten on 4. Bradley Colman on the bottom on 2, and he will be looking to put himself in the mix if he can defeat Owens in the last match of the day. That's coming next.
It's Bill the Howard Taylor. Dazzler Glenn Durham. Game shot tournament. It's Wolfie Martin Adams. King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George!
Game, shot, out!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, where the Modus Super Series Group C on week 6 of Series 9 is about to be completed for the first day. It'll reach a halfway stage at the end of this match, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow from 1 PM UK time, and it is going to be a bit of a grandstand finish in this group. Ashley Coleman has won 4 of his 5 matches, and he's top of the table. Charlie Large has won 3 of 5, in fact his last 3 to go second, but Jamie Owens could join him on 6 points if he wins this one. If he doesn't, then all of the other 4 players will be on 4 points. So I think it's safe to say, Laura Turner,
to throw first.
that this is a big, big match for Bradley Colman in particular.
Absolutely. You don't want to kind of get to that point of saying it's a must-win match. You know, things can change, but you just get that impression, not just for the context of the table and the campaign to try and get to finals night, but also for Colman and his confidence. We've seen him drop his head quite a lot through today, but we've also seen some really strong performances.
86.
The standout one for me from Colman was that 4-0 win over Charlie Large, which included that wonderful 1-3-8 finish. He was 4 from 7 on the outer ring, produced a 13-dart leg. It came from nowhere, but it shows the calibre of the player.
And the only player to get a 4-0 win today as well. The man at the bottom of the table doing that against the man who's gone on to win all of his games since. Speaking of the head being down, we've seen that a lot from Jamie Owens today as well. You can see him walking back, head dropped again. Just hasn't come as easily as it seemed to do when he was here on debut.
No, and I sometimes wonder, when you play in Group A, so when I came here for the Women's Week, I was in Group C, and you know that it is just the only chance. You have to start strong, you have to kind of maintain that to have any kind of contention to get to finals night. When you start in Group A, it has got that safety net that if you don't top the group, you know you're going to be coming back either in Group B or Group C. You've got that second chance, whereas obviously with Owens here, he's just come straight in Group C, doesn't have the safety net of Group A.
135.
Yeah, that mixed with the point you've been making earlier today about the pressure of being favourite, having not had that on his shoulders last time he was here. In fact, he was a 66-1 outsider to go on and win
83.
that group.
Jim Nucar, 53.
A few people had a good weekend, didn't they?
33. Bradley Carr, 153.
An outside chance here, and we've also, the one thing that's been impressive about Colman throughout the day has been his finishing. Yeah, double 18 for the 153.
Game shown the first
and that impressive finishing does continue for Colman.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first.
Jamie Owens.
Game on.
It never rains, it pours, does it? Saw the funny side in the end, but well called, Laura. He has managed to focus for those finishes.
60.
And if he can find that same focus in the scoring segment of legs, then maybe he'll eliminate those drifting darts and could have a real player on our hands here.
$41.
And it's strange. The positivity that Coleman must have felt after pinning the 153, you could see it in that first dart,
60.
narrowly missing the treble, and then you could just see the eyes drop when the second one went in the one. It kind of undid all the brilliance of the 153.
Only Colin Osborne's had a higher checkout this week. That was a 157.
93.
By the way, I'm glad they don't pay for a high checkout anymore in darts tournaments. That was the most ridiculous thing ever, wasn't it? Because really, what's the difference between taking out a 133 and a 157?
Yeah, absolutely. Besides, could you actually imagine if they did do it now, how you'd split? I think the prize for the BDO, I think, used to be like, what, £1,000? Yeah, how many big fish we get in these tournaments? You end up like like 100 quid each or something.
121. $100. $125.
Yeah, the 153 was for a hold, a throw for Coleman, but he's really made some strong inroads into this this second leg.
100.
Well, he'll be well aware of the table. He'll know it's about this game. It's not just to keep yourself in it, it's to really put yourself in it. He would have been determined today not to be cut adrift. I think that would have been the first objective for Bradley Coleman. And if he wins this match, he won't be.
$60. Bradley Carr, 36.
This for 2-0.
$28. Jamie O'Carr, 80.
Well, can Jamie Owens, but can he return the favour? Find double 10.
60.
I don't think his double
Bradley
stats are going to make
8.
great reading when he reflects on his day. Too many times he's missed multiple darts at double. Owens continues to shake his head. He's almost saying it's inevitable that he'll hit this last dart in hand, and if he was thinking that, he's proved to be right.
Third leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
You've all been there, Laura.
I have most definitely been there, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a player that hasn't. But that will be no consolation.
42.
I've quite often said one of the most loneliest places in the world is up there on a stage when things are just not going right.
There used to be a rumour, I'm sure it's
100.
a myth that was made up after, but the legend of Phil Taylor. People used to say that he would sometimes miss his first two darts at double on purpose because he knew he'd hit it with a third and that would hurt his opponent more.
43.
There's a part of that I could see being quite true. But yeah, maybe not the risk that you'd want to take. But then again, he's Phil Taylor.
45.
Could you imagine being that good and that confident to just throw away the first couple?
I've seen players do it in exhibition, but no, I can't. I can't imagine being that good at anything, to be honest.
81.
We were talking earlier about the switch from other sports. I mean, that makes me sick as well. The fact you can be a very good footballer and then be brilliant at darts.
100.
Yeah, it's not fair, is it? Although I do find that the people that are coming over to darts from a different sporting background, you know, especially like we mentioned before, the likes of So go and Price, the discipline that they've
83.
had to be a professional sports person in a different arena. You know, they're applying that to darts.
And a lot of those that play team sports come with a different level of aggression. Price is a great example because he's been used to
58.
that on the rugby field.
Yeah, trying to think of others. Maybe Florian Hempel. He was handball?
Handball, yeah. Football, handball, rugby. Richie Howson actually is making the opposite switch at the moment, isn't he? He's been playing in the World Seniors snooker events.
42.
Yeah, he's another one that sickens me, if I'm honest. He's very good at pretty much everything he tries to do. I say that in jest.
No, I agree, totally. I think I was at the back of the queue when talent was handed out. Certainly when it comes to sport, anyway. Yeah, but it's not just sport for Howson, is it? He's a great
40.
artist.
Jimmy Carr 140.
Well, while he leaves the 170, we should mention his fishing credentials as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very good angler. I mean, I like the fact that Owens can obviously,
68.
you know, have
Jimmy
a smile
Carr
and just think
170.
perhaps it's just not going his way today. But trust me, behind that smile is pure frustration.
Right then, is he going to be on the wrong end of something spectacular again? Not on this occasion. I think he was half expecting it.
60. Jimmy Carr 72. Game shot on the third leg, Jamie
And a
Owens.
slightly sarcastic release.
Fourth leg,
from the
Jamie to
mouth
throw
of
first.
Jamie Owens there.
Game on.
Completely confused. Didn't even know he was throwing first in the next leg. Didn't know he'd broken Bradley.
$60.
And I think that kind of, you know, unawareness within the match of what's actually happening, I think that's possibly just a side effect of things just haven't quite gone his way. He hasn't found it as easy
45
as he did when he came here last time.
I've got another one actually on those sports crossovers. And it could be the best one. Didn't Kim Holden play football for England?
140.
Yeah, I think she possibly did. I think that's very good. I'm going to have to think of more now.
$64.
Paul Hinks, the referee, he actually used to do the Olympic pole vault. That one was a joke. It's like, would I lie to you?
171.
I'm not sure of the level, but Bob Anderson, was he not quite a formidable javelin thrower?
Well, there is some similarities. That was a great setup, by the way, from this multi-talented chucker.
140, thank you. Jamie
Owens with a 171, utilising all three big trebles to get there.
$80. $140. Jamie Carr 50.
Couldn't quite squeeze in a third one, but it could be all academic as Jamie Owens looks at tops.
30. Bradley Carr 112.
Well, he certainly will be expecting to lose this leg now based on what's gone before. 112 on offer for Bradley Coleman. But if he looks now, he knows that he'll be coming back, and that gives him a chance to prepare for the visit.
64. Jamie Carr 20.
2 10s.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2-2.
Jamie Owens. Fifth leg Bradley to throw first. Game on. $83. $80.
Yeah, Owens start there, just clattering into the board.
It's an interesting topic of conversation, actually, the one we were just having, because there was a time when I started watching darts when you would hear the commentators say what they did for a job, and nowadays it's football, a handball player, rugby player. Then it was made ceramic
59.
Toilet flushers at a pottery. That was what Phil Taylor did, wasn't it? Or, again, I think he made several things, but that's the one that Sid Waddell's kind of focused on.
I wonder why.
96.
Well, I'm going to say both players have struggled in this match. There've been
27.
moments, haven't there, of magic. We had the 1-5-3, we had that fantastic 1-7-1 setup from Owens, but a lot of the visits have been plagued with wayward darts.
It kind of has the feel, isn't it, that both these players know that a win here will make such a difference to their campaign as Coleman finds the first 180.
And both players that have had that sort of attitude, that demeanour of defeatism in the game. But there's a real opportunity here. 55 remaining. And tops.
Game shot on fifth leg, Bradley Colman. Sixth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on. $121.
Yeah, good 2 treble visit there for Jamie Owens, but back calm as Coleman.
140. $96.
Good first start. Works off it. And that is well timed. There's just been a little powering up in this game, particularly from Bradley Coleman.
Absolutely, just that last leg and a bit from Coleman. If you leave out the 153 that we saw in the opening leg.
Yeah, both of those 180s coming in the last 2 legs from Coleman.
81.
And he's closing in on a win that would mean everybody in this group would be within 2 points of provisional qualification. Coleman on top on 8, then Charlie Large on 6. Everybody else would be on 4.
63.
Smart setting up from Jamie Owens.
Could be academic. Coleman has been very good at these clutch finishes.
$34. Jamie Carr, 170.
79. I'm not sure that's the correct board management from Bradley Coleman. Had he gone for a 19, he'd have left 60 and would have been guaranteed
50.
2 darts at double. Now, 66. He may only get 1.
$46.
And he needed
Jamie
more.
Carr, 120.
Yeah, Owens, you feel, needs to take this. Great first. Single for double.
80.
And once again, he'd be kicking himself.
20.
Jamie Owens' day has kind of unravelled. Bradley Coleman to cling on to contention. Needs double 10 and finds it for the win. But it didn't end too badly for Bradley as Coleman defeats Jamie Owens and picks up 2 wins today in what has been a really closely fought campaign in Group C. And it means that everybody is going to be well and truly in the race going into Friday's action. Coleman gets a 4-2 win over Owens, aided by that brilliant 153 checkout and a couple of maximums in the last couple of legs. Really important victory for him, and myself and Laura Turner will reflect on all of the afternoon's action after this short break. So that brings an end to this afternoon's action. A really exciting group. Laura, we said at the start of the day to expect the unexpected, and, well, the unexpected that we expected has come to pass, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We weren't quite sure exactly how this group was going to pan out. We said it was going to be close, said it was going to be tight. To be fair, when we say stuff, it doesn't normally happen, but today it really has.
Yeah, but to be fair, we said we didn't have a clue, and that's what's happened. And here are the results from today's 15 fixtures. Started with Callum Francis getting a 4-3 win over Bradley Coleman. I think that was an important result for Coleman, even though he lost it, to be in the match. In fact, all the first 3 games went 4-3, including one where every single leg went against the throw. And Coleman then got a 4-0 win against Charlie Large. Later in the day, we saw Ashley Coleman really turn it on. In fact, one of his better performances was the only defeat he had today against Callum Francis. But that end result is what really makes things interesting, because Bradley beating Jamie Owens means that everybody's in touch.
Yeah, there really isn't much to separate them. I think the only kind of thing that we thought might happen is if out of the field, Colman was the one that possibly had the most potential to pull away. Hasn't quite pulled away, as you know, he's not got the most unassailable lead, but he only lost the one game in the end. But yeah, as you say, the rest are either on 6 points or 4, and it's still only ones to take.
Something did seem to click for Ashley Coleman today, didn't it? We saw him just going for his shots, feeling really comfortable, even at one point taking out 86 by starting on the bullseye and finishing on the bullseye.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that he did that on that at that actual time, because he was on for he was 6 starts into the 9 in that leg, and I think just bore out of frustration. You know, he wanted that 1-4-4 finish, so thought, I'm going to show off with the 86, and did so in style. But yeah, as you say, something clicked, and for most of that final match, that final fixture, he was averaging well over the 100 mark. Just a few darts missed at double just brought the average down. But yeah, for me, Coleman, standout player of the day.
And one of the side stories was the turnaround in fortunes for Charlie Large, who lost his first 2 matches, but now sits in second, having won his final 3.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because we were kind of slightly concerned on that third match for Charlie Large. And as you say, just managed to completely turn things around and went from basically the foot of the table and now in a qualifying position.
Yeah, and a different way of taking at 86 there. This time with his opponent on a finish. They've been baffling us all day, and both players did that there. But we've seen some good checkouts as well from the man we just saw in that final match, Bradley Coleman. All week, in fact, he's been finding big finishes, and he found a few more today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the 1-5-3 that we saw in the match before, that really turned the tide in that match. And yeah, I think when he gets down to a finish, then he has been more than efficient. He's probably got the best finishing stats throughout the day. However, it's been tough on occasion for him to actually get down to the doubles, and that's just born out of frustration. You can see him getting more and more frustrated on the stage, but has had some brilliant moments.
Right, let's see how that all manifests then in the league table. And Coleman actually finds himself in third. Even that, Laura, does it give him a bit more confidence, a bit more optimism tomorrow? He's on the same points as bottom, but third place looks a lot better than 6th, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. Like you say, everyone's in contention, but I think for Coleman especially, as I've just mentioned, he has looked very frustrated at times, and maybe struggling slightly with his shoulder as well. So to kind of come away from it, finish on a high, finish with a win, and finish third, right up with the rest of them. Yeah, I think hopefully he can take a lot of positives.
What about Jamie Owens? Because he was installed as a quite short favourite, having been a big outsider last time he was here. Just didn't seem to look comfortable today.
No, and I think it's one of those things for players as well. He started off well, he got an initial win, but then he was just chasing, and then you try ever so hard as a player, and then you can sometimes overtry, and I think that's sometimes what we've seen from Owens. And yeah, unfortunately, just didn't pan out with the wins that he would have expected.
Yeah, right. Quick word on this evening. We're going to see Tom Sykes and Daniel Larsson dropping in from Group A earlier in the week, and a good cast of players joining them as well. What are you expecting from tonight?
Well, do you know what? I kind of feel it's going to be a bit more of the same. I mean, I think Tom Sykes and Daniel Larsson, the way they performed, especially Larsson, very unfortunate not to actually have topped the table in Group A. I don't see them two not getting through, so it's going to be between one or the other 3 to kind of battle it out for third place. But hey, if today's anything to go, like, anything can happen.
Yeah, could it be as close?
I can see it being as close. I think, like I say, Larsson and Sykes are me the 2 standout, but that's just based on what we've seen so far. They're all starting from 0, so we could see a lot of players beating each other like we have today.
Right, let's do it again this evening. The action gets underway from 10 p.m. for those 5 players battling it out in Group B. 3 go through, and then tomorrow a double session to determine who will join Colin Osborne at finals night this week. We'll see you tonight from 10.